Right. Lost a few people there. I do apologise. Can anyone tell me if they can hear me and see me okay? Just a thumbs up. You know, there's no point in me carrying on if you can't hear or see me, is there? No point whatsoever. Right, Lana and Mike, lovely. Okay, brilliant. Okay, we're off. And we're off. Fuck me. You know, I've still got this little thing coming up saying that my signal's unstable at the moment. Just please bear with me. I don't know how much of all that you caught. Can you let me know if you heard me explain what a Judascope was? Can you just give me a thumbs up? Yeah, I'm going to try and keep still on and not move around too much until it just settles down a little bit and hope for the best. Lana or Michael, can you let me know if you heard what I was saying? Right, let me go into, right, I'll explain again. So a Judas goat is where they train a goat to gain the trust of the sheep. The sheep will follow the goat into the pen, and then the goat will come out and the pen will be closed. And that's the last place that those sheep will spend alive, because they go from there and they get turned into lamb chops. It's a very, very old school method of let me get rid of this. Fuck me. Hello, Jordan. You all right, matey? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. So that's what a Judas goat is. Tommy Robinson is a Judas goat. And where this potential 1 million people are going to congregate is just one big fucking pen. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's going to get slaughtered. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. But I've been saying this for some time now, that I do think there's something wrong with it. And now a few other YouTube creators are saying the same thing. And a few of them are saying that it's a gut feeling. Mine's a gut feeling, and it's a strong gut feeling. So when he said, "Don't cover your faces because you won't be welcomed," right? That's because they've added hundreds of in an already highly surveilled city, the most surveilled city in the world, right? So they are adding hundreds of extra state-of-the-art facial recognition cameras. So it will be a data harvesting frenzy, picking up on as many faces as they possibly can. Because a lot of people, they cover their camera up on their phone when they're doing a bit of research, putting comments in and stuff like that. People have got a lot of people. I know loads of people that cover their laptop screen up, their phone screen up, even though there is screens behind the pixels, believe it or not. But there are a lot of people out there. I'm so glad I took the bowl in there. She's drinking now. That would have been really off-putting. So there was the whole do not wear face coverings thing, right? That's a red flag. And the second one is the bring your currently a week or two to give my eyes a good needed rest from screen. I'm here, but only going to be listening tonight. That's fine, Lana. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, you need to get your eyes back on track. You're an artist, you know, and you need attention to detail, and you're not going to get that detail with fucked up eyes without wearing bottom glasses like the last ones that I was prescribed by my optician. I mean, I don't know if you can look at the state of that. I don't wear them because they're just too much. They're too much. If I looked up at the sun with them on, the sunlight would be so concentrated, it'd burn 2 holes out the back of my head. You know? So I've been doing eye exercises, and I've been taking those digitalize tablets that I did mention. Was it in the last live stream, or was it I think it was in a video? It might have been a food shop haul or something like that. And they have definitely helped a little bit. These aren't prescription glasses, but they're good enough for me to be able to read at this distance, so that I don't have to keep moving in and moving back out again, because I don't know what the signal's like on your end. I do think it's probably still a little bit glitchy. So when he turned around and said, bring your kids, bring your family, right? That felt so dark to me. And I don't know if you heard me mention earlier on, I don't know how much you caught, how much you didn't catch when it started to get a bit glitchy. The last time I felt that darkness was either when I was listening to Klaus Schwab talk. Anything that comes out of his mouth, he could be telling a joke, I'd still find darkness in his voice. Was when George W. Bush Sr. did his New World Order speech. It's all over YouTube, you know, if you want to find it. But there's a certain part in it where he turns around and he says, and we will, right? So the lead up to the Great Reset and COVID and everything else that's come with that, and the Coronavirus Act that needs to be abolished, it really does. And the fact that we're about to be forced into having digital IDs. In fact, no one's forced. Just remember that. There's always a choice. It's down to how much effort you're prepared to put into not having it, you know? And the more people that refuse it, then the less it can be pushed. And if everyone refused it, they can't push it. They can't. Just always remember that you hold the power. The people hold the power. We always have done. We always have. But we've experienced a lifetime of programming. And the younger generations underneath me and their kids are still undergoing that programming. Yeah, cheers, Michael. Yeah, I was walking to the co-op, and there's a ladies' hairdressers just before I get to the co-op, and I think she must be the owner of the shop. She was just locking up, and I just said, "Do you plait beards?" And she says, "I don't." She said, "But my girls do." She said, "Do you want a card?" I said, "Yeah, all right. It's not even my birthday." So she went in, got a little business, shit joke. I've got some shit jokes for you. So she went in, brought a card out, and I rang up yesterday, made an appointment for today to have it plaited. And again, I don't know if you caught earlier on, but it was one plait for £5 or 4 plaits for a tenner. So I had my armpits and my pubes done. It's very, very neat. Very, very neat. Oh, we got a lurker. We've got a lurker in the house. Hello there, Jenny. Are you all right there, sweetheart? Oh, that was terrible. That was terrible. It was more Northern Irish. I love the Southern Irish accent, which is where Jenny's from, you know. Such a soft, gentle Irish accent. You know, and it's like, hello, I'm from Dublin. I like Guinness. I do like to do a little bit of river dance. I play the fiddle in a Dublin pub. I like folk music and I love life, right? And you go up to Northern Ireland and it's I know your name. I know your name. Get up those stairs now. Massive difference in accent, massive. Just lurking in the background, Big T. I'm glad you are. Thank you, Jenny. And apparently you are number 3, a number 3 top fan. You only get that when you're a proper fucking stalking little lurker. You know, I'm only joking. So let me finish off the Tommy Robinson thing, and then we'll move on and just get on with the night, you know. So we know that these direct microwave energy crowd control technology units exist. We know they exist, right? So you imagine, again, Judas Goat, right? Judas, Tommy, Robinson, Goat. Look it up, right? So you imagine being herded into a giant pen, right? Of anything up to 1 million people. This will be a record-breaking turnout because of the Tommy Tards. People that just can't see past what he is, who he is, what he really is. Plaited pubes. Oh my. Yeah. Are yours not plaited, Michael? Am I the only one? I thought it was a fucking thing. I thought it was a thing. No wonder she looked confused. Yeah. I think I've been quite inappropriate a few times. Come to think of it, because you know how I've just shown you my glasses, how thick they are, right? So, and Lana mentioning the digital eyes pills that you can take to help rejuvenate your eyeballs a bit, right? So I did go to my GP and say, you know, I was, a little bit concerned, and he just turned around and said, just stop masturbating. Now I have heard that, but I thought it was like just an old wives' tale, just a joke. So I did wonder, and so I said to him, I said, why? And he said, because it's inappropriate and I'm trying to examine you. Oh dear. Oh, do you know what? I shaved my head. but I had a brand new. My razor has got like a proper razor blade that you put in it. It's a double-edged one, and when you put a fresh razor in there, I'm telling you, it holds no fucking prisoners. And I've got contours, you know, I've got contours on my head, and I was in a bit of a rush because I wanted to try and get the live off on time. And oh my god, by the time I finished, I had blood trickling down. I don't know if you can see it just there, look. I had blood trickling all the way down, and I kept on wiping it, and it just kept on trickling down. It was just unbelievable. It looked like someone had ragdolled a cat, you know, really fucking got this cat really fucking angry, right? And then threw it on my head. But fortunately, I've got something called a styptic pencil or a styptic pen. And you just basically put it on any cuts that you've made, any nicks. So ladies, you know, all I do is shave my head and my face. That's it. You know, I know you lot, maybe not all of you, you know, some of you might have more hair on you than me, you know. But I know that a lot of ladies these days like to keep themselves nice and trim downstairs, you know. And depending on, because different women, just like blokes have got different cocks, different sized cocks. I knew we were going to get adult, you know, it was only a matter of time, right? Then I'll get back onto the Tommy thing. I just wanted to like try and keep balance. So I know you ladies, you know, your area down there, I mean, I'm on about a few little contours on my head here and there. You've got loads of contours down there. You've got to be very fucking careful, very careful. You know, so I forgot where I was going to. I've forgotten where I was going with that. I only have my excess ear hair plaited. Hey mate, you know, again, I was prepared to cut this and donate it to someone that had either an ear hair fetish or a nose hair fetish. So they can just glue loads of bits on and, you know, get your rocks off. So yeah, anyway, I've got a styptic pen. So I just put it on and it stings. So to all the ladies out there, because I've had lots and lots of relationships, and I was married. I've been married twice, and they were all tidy down there, you know. But you are gonna, you know, over time they've nicked their leg when they've been shaving their legs, or they've nicked, you know. Again, different blokes have got different shaped dicks. Some of them like literally bend, you know. Some go off to the left, some go off to the right, some just go straight. I'm on about when they're erect. I'm not going to stay adult for too long, right? But I would strongly recommend to the ladies that because of your sensitive areas that you shave, right, maybe invest in a styptic pen, right? They look like, in case you've never seen one, otherwise my head would have looked like I'd just been in some sort of nail bomb attack. Now, granted, you know, it is probably kind of quite funny, really, that I'm talking about ladies investing in a styptic pen that does, you know, for down there, right, that does actually look like a mini vibrator. But that's what I did. I just put it on the little cuts and it just stops the bleeding instantly. That's a styptic pen. So maybe get one, girls. What's that other weed? Please let me know in the chat. There's another weed. There's a weed that grows everywhere. I'm sure it's got a name of some, like a name of a bloke or something like that. Please drop it in the chats. But that's got styptic properties as well. So if you've got a cut and you can't find a plaster and you want it to stop bleeding, just pick one of these plants don't worry about washing it first or anything like that. You don't need to, because it's also antifungal and antibacterial, right? Just grind it up, put it onto your cut, and that will stem the blood flow. And it grows everywhere. What's it fucking called? Herb Robert. Beat you to it, just in case anyone was typing it away. Herb Robert. That has styptic properties within its sap. So you can just grind it up, put it onto a cut. You'll be fine. So going back to the pen, which is up to possibly 1 million people, right? Bring your family, bring your kids. So you imagine if they end up using, because there are going to be instigators in there and antagonists within the good side, you know, and that is good. There's something going to happen. I'm telling you, it's not going to go well tomorrow. Again, this is why I put out a slightly semi-offensive video calling anyone that looks up to Tommy Robinson as a Tommy Tard, because that's what you are, right? He's a Judas goat. That's all he is. So you imagine when he turns around and says, "Bring your kids, bring your family," you know. You imagine if they use one of these direct energy microwave crowd dispersal weapons on 1 million people penned in with buggies and toddlers, you know, that herd mentality of feeling, you know, a microwave burning your skin and hurting your ears and burning your eyes, and it's just they're very, very efficient and very effective. Now, there are videos that I've downloaded of how you can make shields for these things for further down the line that will deflect those microwave energy weapons. They will deflect them. But yeah, if you've got 1 million people penned into a relatively small place, and they bring something like that out because the agitators have managed to get the crowd so fucking agitated that it all kicks off, and there will be a price to pay for that. There will. What that price is, who knows? Who knows? But like I said, the only reason that I wanted to intentionally get into people's skin and maybe offend a few people, maybe, was because I give a fuck, you know. I don't want good people to be going down there and being exposed to that, and with the possibility of being trampled. I don't know what's going to happen, you know. The country's been on high alert for quite some time now, and since then they've allowed thousands and thousands of more undocumented potential terrorists into the country. That leads me on to a joke. Just to keep balance. What happens to a terrorist after they die? You know, where does a terrorist go after they die? Everywhere. Oh man, you got to laugh. You got to laugh more now than ever. Make sure you hold on to your sense of humor, because your sense of humor will get you through. It will. It will. It will. So are any of you guys still considering going? I know Annie was going to go, but I think I've convinced her. So we'll be going up to the Best Western Hotel and doing a bit of a protest outside there. Again, that protest, I've posted loads of footage online. That protest started off with one man who turned up every single Saturday and spent about 4 hours, come rain or shine, outside that hotel with a Union Jack, you know, for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on his own. And then a couple of people clocked him, you know, and they ended up pulling over and having a chat. And then they joined him the following week, and then more joined the following week after that. And then Annie texted me and said, do you want to come up? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. So there was less than 10 of us. The following week, there was about, I don't know, 80, maybe 100. Definitely well over 100 if you take into account the lefties. Now, I'm telling you, I've not come across one single sane lefty. Not one. They're all fucked in the head. All of them. Let me just touch on the Charlie Kirk thing. I know that everyone's, you know, a lot of people will be Charlie Kirked out by now. But there is so much that doesn't add up. And there's footage of two blokes stood behind him, and they were giving clear signals. There's so much more to this than meets the eye. And I did say when I posted up about him being shot dead, he wasn't actually shot dead at that moment, but I knew that what had happened, it was very, very unlikely he was going to survive that. And he didn't. But there was so much going on there, and then you had this old guy that they pinned down to the ground and wrestled him, and he just kept on shouting, "Shoot me, shoot me, shoot me!" You know, they want your guns, America. They want your guns, because there were loads and loads of people that had Charlie who, you know, because they're not, you know, along the lines of what we are and where we are, you know. Now everyone's heard of him. So it does seem like there is a lot more to it than just an assassination. And I did put that I wasn't actually a massive fan of his, if I'm honest, because at the time of me saying that, because I'd lost interest in him, because he went around canvassing all of the, what we would call universities, they call colleges over there, right? So he went around all the colleges to get the young vote, the vote from the young uns, which was a significant amount of people to help sway the, you know, the outcome. And he went around all these schools and inspired all these young people, because they couldn't beat him in a debate, to vote for Trump. Now, Trump, Kennedy, his entire administration is all compromised. They were all lobbied by Israel, and they continue to be so, right? So that was my dislike for Charlie Kirk, because he was very pro-Israel. So I stopped watching him. I stopped paying attention. And it was only after he died that I started to look into some of the videos that he put out quite recently. And he was waking up. He was realizing Israel's role in manipulating the politics of pretty much every single Western first world. And it obviously kind of started to really look into what was happening in Gaza as well, and the genocide there, because it is a genocide, we know that. And he started speaking out about it. So I think the assassin, I'm pretty sure, had something to do with Israel and the Zionists, pretty sure. And they killed two birds with one stone. So they shut off his, because he had a massive following. People loved listening to what he had to say. So those two birds, that one stone was a bullet. The two birds was preventing someone that's got a voice and people listen to, especially younger people, the ones that these people are trying to attack and manipulate and brainwash. Prevent the messages that Charlie Kirk had started putting out there. And so that was one. And the second one is they want your guns, America. They want your guns. And because everyone knows that he had a young family, you know, a kid of 1 year old, a kid of 4 years old, you know, he was in his 30s, you know. So that's going to have played on the minds of millions and millions of people across America. Yeah, there were some sick, fucked up, crazy, again, lefties. They are lunatics. You know, even if I don't like someone particularly, I wouldn't wish death on them, you know. But there were people out there actively celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, you know, it's just sick. These are the people that would have voted for Kamala Harris to become the next president, first black female president of the United States of America. The crazy cat women. No offense to anyone that's got cats. The guy who celebrated the instant the shot was fired, as though he was waiting for the moment. More to it than meets the eye. Oh, there's so much, mate. So much. You know, the more you look, and because this is another thing. I do think that these sick, twisted Zionist fuckwits are losing their grip, because I think when the pressure's on, and the same applies to anyone, the same applies to any person, the more pressure you've got applied to yourself, the less thorough you are in what you do, and the more mistakes you start to make. So I think they are getting more desperate. I had to think earlier on that I don't think this is you know, humanity's first rodeo. I think that we've had these mass awakenings before, and whenever these mass awakenings have occurred, there's been a reset, you know, and history as we knew it or know it has been manipulated or erased. So nobody questions it. And I do think that that's what's happened in the past. And, you know, there is a great awakening going on right now. We all know this. And coinciding with that is a great reset. But how that great reset comes about has a lot to do with how we deal with it or don't deal with it. Let me just get some filters. Bear with me. I just need to put a flat cap on. You know those chills, Michael? Those horrible chills? Yeah, when you've got no hair, you've got no insulation, and it was a very, very close shave. I had to be so very, very, very gentle, you know. So yeah, I'm hoping that none of you guys are going down to London, you know, because it's our little tribe, and it is a trap. It's a trap. There's something. Well, you'll see for yourself, you know. Civilization or technology is like a wave. It can only peak so high before it crashes and starts again. I like that, Jordan. I really do. How are your plants doing, by the way, Jordan? Are they all right? Are they all okay? And have you potted them up? Again, if anyone else wants some tobacco plants, just cover the postage. That's all. That's all. I don't want to profit out of you. I'm no fucking grifter. I don't like grifters. And again, you know, Jeff buys cars. People love him. You know, they love him. But even I've watched a couple of videos now where he's had to do a little bit of back pedaling, because I don't believe anyone should accept money from Google. I think it's immoral because of what they are responsible for now, as far as disinformation and misinformation, and yet accusing us of misinformation and disinformation, right? And then you take into account the amount of damage and whatnot at the start of COVID, you know, it was, you know, and the censorship. It's just a pure propaganda machine. It's horrible. It's a beast. It is a fucking beast. And he was saying that he'd had a few offers from gambling companies saying, look, would you plug our, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he said, this is, you know, what I'd do is I would just put, you know, when they say, what's your fee? I just put a stupid amount, a ridiculous amount, so that they just don't get back in touch with me. He said, but if they did turn around and say, all right, fair enough, you know, we'll accept that, you know, paying you that amount of money. He thought, yeah, you know, fuck it, you know. And I just thought, every man seems to have a fucking price. I don't have a price. That's why I don't monetize. Hey up, Alan, how you doing, me old China? I hope you're all right, man. I hope you're all right. Thanks for joining us. You know, good to see you. In fact, Alan, you know, because I don't mind doing favors for other people. I really don't, you know. I'm a giver. I have got a piss taker radar that's very, very finely calibrated. But generally speaking, if people want my help for anything, I'm there. I'm there. If I've got respect for them, you know. And I never, ever, ever, ever expect anything in return. Never, right? But if someone does me a favor, I feel indebted to them, to the point where I have to pay them, or I have to give them something, or, you know, something like that. I have to. And I've always been like that. When someone does something for me, I have to make it worth their while. I have to reward them, you know? So, Alan, I'm sorry, just contact me. I'm just asking you a question now because it's just easier, right? Whilst it's in my head and I remember. I know what you used to do for a living. I was wondering if you would drive over. I'll cover your fuel. I'll give you some money as well. If you can come over and see if you can point out what's wrong with my motorhome and give me a rough idea of what I need to do to put it right so that I can just sell it, turn it into money. Because it's just sat there. I never needed it. I've got a caravan. I'd rather go to the caravan. It's hardly had any use. I know I'm going to make a massive, massive loss on it, but it's just sat there, you know, rotting away on the driveway. But there are certain things on there. Hello, beautiful. How you doing? So Boho Witchy has finally come over to the dark side, and she's joined X and realised that it is full to the brim of information, right? And information is something that we all crave, all of us, you know, all of us have got this insatiable appetite to try and find the truth. And X just makes YouTube look like what it is, CommieTube, you know. It's so, you're so restricted, you know. I mean, I can guarantee pretty much everyone that's listening to me now, right, has put comments into the comment section of various people's channels, and then they've gone back in and it's just disappeared. You know, it happens in the comment section. You know, in our little channel, it happens a lot. You know, I don't like being censored. I don't like being told indirectly or directly, you can't say this, you can't say that. It just makes me want to say it more, you know. So yeah, Alan, I was just wondering if you would come over and I'll cover you. I will more than sort you out, mate. More than sort you out. But just don't say yes or no on here, you know. Just text me if you can make it. If you can't, absolutely no problem. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. I've just seen my phone light up. I'll have a look in that in a minute. I'm assuming that's from you, Alan. Much appreciated either way, honestly. You're still a top bloke. I've had proper deep interactions with you camping, and it's been really, really nice and very interesting to get to know you on a deeper level, you know. Hey, Lulu's in. Hello, darlings. That's very, very, very English. That is very English, you know, and borderline posh. Lulu. Does anyone remember Catherine Burke? Was it Catherine Burke or Kathleen Burke? Catherine Burke, and what was his name? Oh man. Let me see if I can find it, because that's whenever I see your name now, Lulu, this is all I can think of, you know. Harry Enfield. Let me just see if I can find a quick video. Fucking genius, absolute genius. Kathy Burke is extremely talented, right? She's a great actor. I don't know if anyone's ever seen a film with her in it called Nil by Mouth. Her and there's a few. Amazing film, Nil by Mouth. She's an incredible actor, but now she does a lot of writing. She's behind the scenes now. Catherine Burke and Harry Enfield, Lulu. Lulu. try and get rid of the light. Do you know what? If I could ban adverts tomorrow, I'd do it like that. So Harry Enfield and Lulu, they play little babies. So all of the props and that around him has been built massive. You know, you can't really benefit from it. That's Lulu. I was in my ears. Lulu, I hope you don't sound like that. In fact, I've watched your videos when you had an active channel, and I know you don't sound like that. You know, your channel was lovely. You know, it was so lovely. You know, I wish you'd get, you know, start it back up again, because it was a lovely channel, and you had quite a significant amount of subscribers as well. You know, and people don't click on that subscribe button, right? A lot of people, again, you know, other YouTubers that turn around and go, make sure you hit the like button and smash subscribe. I get really fucking irritated when people say that, because if I think your content is good, I'll subscribe. I'm definitely not going to subscribe to your channel if you tell me that I've got to, you know, tell me to subscribe. So everyone that subscribed to your channel, Lulu, subscribe because they like you. You know, you might have had one or two twats. You know, you have to build up a little bit of a thick skin. I've built one up over the last 5 years. Fortunately, I don't really get many trolls. It's very rare, which is bizarre, really. Right, okay. Yeah, I did wonder, Lulu. And hey, look, you know, I'm no pressure, absolutely no pressure. I'm not trying to pressure you into it or anything like that. I'm just saying that people followed you on your channel because they liked you. You know, that's the reason. You weren't one of these, please subscribe to my channel people. So people subscribed because they liked you. They felt compelled to hit that subscribe button, you know? But yeah, people can be harsh. And if you're quite a sensitive person, I mean, I'm a sensitive guy. I'm quite sensitive, believe it or not. But then on the flip side, I won't take any shit from anyone. Ever. You're welcome, Lulu. Just being honest. Lulu. Why do the 7 dwarves giggle, proper giggle, right, when they're playing football? Because the grass tickles the balls. I don't know why I had to do that. I've never done that to a dwarf. I just want to clarify, I've never done that to a dwarf. I don't know why I keep doing that. I need to sit on my hands. I'll sit on my hands for a while. But yeah. You know, these nursery rhymes, they all have these origins, right? So you've got Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. They've all got origins, and a lot of them are very dark origins as well. I mean, do you know do you know what really happened when Cinderella got to the ball? She gagged. Oh, I hope you got that. I hope you got that. I hope that made sense, you know. Oh dear. I've got a few more. We'll keep it going. We'll keep it spirited. Keep it spirited, you know. Is that what spirit is that? I wonder if that's sign language for spirited. It's like, you having a good day? and they go, yeah, she's having a good day. She's spirited. I only have 9 subscribers on my channel, and I've already had my first troll, lol. After 9 subscribers? Fuck me. How did you, what sort of troll was it? What did they say? Can you remember verbatim what they said? And why? You know, I can't imagine. Was it anything to do with the flag video that you did, Michael? Because that was beautiful. So I posted it up on in the post section of this long stretch of motorway, and these flags were up to perfection. Again, they were up to to perfection, to the point where I actually mentioned to Lana that I was quite suspicious, you know, because we are getting psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop every day, all day, right? And is raised the colours of psyop. Now, whether it is or whether it isn't, I still see it as a positive thing for people to start uniting under a flag. But that stretch of motorway that Michael did a video on, I posted it first, and then Michael said, "Oh, that's like 10 minutes away from where I live." So he obviously went and got in his car and did a drive down there and just did his own video, which was lovely, way better than as good as the original, because it's one of our own, you know. And you had Welsh flags next to Scottish flags on, you know, the lampposts that they've got on the central reservation, where they light both sides of the motorway, north and south, east, west, blah, blah, blah. So you had a Scottish and a Welsh, then an Irish and a St. George, and then a St. George and a Scottish. It was all of us, all of our entire nation united in those flags all the way down, you know. It was beautiful. I just gave you a sub, Outrider. Oh, there you go, mate. Yeah. Jordan, have a look at his playlist, right? He writes his own music, writes his own lyrics, plays lots of instruments, and sings. You know, the guy's talented, very talented. So yeah, I've just check out some of his music. He'll be like, "Oh, I'm not that good." You know, you are. Not many people can do that, mate. You see, at the moment, there's hardly any half decent music around because it's all been done. There's been a genre and then a subgenre and then a sub-subgenre. It's all been done. So to be able to create your own music and have a very distinctive edge to it, and be able to write your own songs, write your own music, play your own instruments, and sing your own songs, not many people can do that, you know. You see, we've got rappers. So the video that I played earlier on about Tommy Robinson, all of it's, like I said, all of it's verifiable. Please feel free to look into it. All of it is from a channel called Double Down News. And it's a channel that I really, really, really resonate with. It's right up there with UK Column. It's really, really good. But he's an ex-rapper, you know, but he was a good rapper, a smart rapper, a clever rapper, and a very, very intelligent man. So a proper creative bloke with very, very, very high intelligence. Well, that's how he started out, you know, as a rapper. But you know, I'd say 95% of the rappers out there are 10 a penny. They all sound the same. They all mumble, rap, and talk shit, absolute bollocks. It's all the same. It makes my fucking ears bleed. But if you want to find a very, very interesting rapper that is original and you will find very entertaining, that Lana put me onto, is called Wee Man, right? WEE Man. So put type in wee man chip shop rap. That's just one of them, you know. I'm fucking addicted. I'm addicted to the guy because he's just so original, you know. But it does at times, unless you're Scottish, at times it does sound like it's a completely different fucking language, you know. Like you're thinking, I need subtitles for this this rap video. Well, thank you very much there, Ray. I really appreciate that. You know about my little plat. Do you know what? Right when I went in there, I had, you know, we kind of romanticize how things are going to look, especially women. I mean, you look online for local hairdressers for a bloke, right? And there'll be like a little price list, menu list, and it'll be like eight quid for a shave off, right? 15 quid for a cut and blow dry, whatever, you know, blah 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 blah. You can quadruple that for a woman. So expensive for women, you know. Like I said, I've got the business card in there for where I had my plat done. But anyway, when ladies go to the hairdressers, they're like, I've got a really good idea in my head how I want this to look, right? And most of the time, it turns out how you want it to look for that day. But you trying to recreate what that fucking hairdresser did the day before, the following day in the morning when you've got bedhead and your fucking hair's all over there, right? Trying to recreate that is impossible. Yet you get charged 4 times as much. But yeah, anyway, so I went down there with kind of this image in my head of what this was going to look like. And I expected it to look quite kind of big and chunky and Viking-y, you know. It looks like a fucking rat's tail. It looks like someone's chopped a fucking rat's tail off and stuck it on my fucking chin. So, but the plait that they did down here, oh, what's that? What's that, Lana? That's the Chippy Rap vid link. Right, please copy that link because I've never heard of this guy and he's been around for years. And he is completely original. So to get a modern day rapper that's original, that doesn't sound like every other fucking rapper out there, is brilliant. And he doesn't try to be American when he's rapping. He's proper Scottish. Is he Edinburgh or Glasgow? I think it's Glasgow. But yeah, I mean, it's like, whew, I need to listen. I'll just rewind that a bit and have another listen because it's like another language, you know. Let me tell you a little side story, right? When I got nicked the second time, whilst being on bail for the first offence, which was the same offence again, so I knew I was going to jail, right? So when I got nicked the second time, I was sharing a cell with a Glaswegian. Now, again, I don't do this anymore, guys. Just so don't judge me, please. Leopards can change the spots, and they, you know, they can. But I was selling a few bits and bobs. You know, it was weekend recreational stuff along with a little bit of puff, right? And I did have some speed on me. Again, this was a very long time ago. This was like 1996, 1997, you know, a long time ago. And I had some speed on me. And even though they did strip search me because of the nature of the arrest, they do strip search, yeah, but it wasn't a cavity search or anything like that. And this speed that I had down my boxer shorts just defied the laws of gravity, completely defied the laws of gravity. So I'm in a cell with this young lad that was a car thief, right? And he was from Glasgow. So, I mean, I was struggling to try and hold a conversation, like, you know, a mutually understandable conversation anyway, because he was because there's Glasgow and there's Glasgow, you know. It's like there's Birmingham and there's Birmingham. So you got Michael, who talks just more or less sort of like me, but with a little Birmingham twang to it. Then you get to the Black Country, and it's like, all right, mate, it's just like, to go down to the shops like you want anything else up there. You know, completely different. And that's probably about 5 miles away from Michael, maybe 10, something like that. Significant difference in accent. Same applies to Glasgow. You've got people that have got a really, really strong fucking accent, and they speak so fast as well. So you're like, hold on, slow down. Say that bit again, right? Well, this is where it got interesting. You give speed to a lad that's already talking too fast and difficult to understand. Speed. So it's just everything sped up. Yeah, that's what happened. So the rest of the night in that cell was pretty much completely and utterly incoherent. I had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, but it didn't matter because we were both off our tits. Anyway, you could plait my hair. I haven't got any hair though, Ray. Look. All I've got is this, and this was done by a proper hairdresser. So it is a bit disappointing because it's not quite what I was expecting. I was expecting something to be a bit more Viking-y, you know. So whether or not I go back there, and I might go back to get my pubes plaited again, because that was quite pleasurable. You know, I enjoyed that. But yeah. My music isn't on that channel though. I will link the music channel to that one when I learn how to, if you're interested. I'm sure loads of people will be interested, Michael. You've got a talent there, mate. You really, really have. I likened him to just a little tiny bit like Pink Floyd, and I'm a big Pink Floyd fan. So but yeah, I mean, I do feel sorry for women having to shell out that amount of money to go to hairdressers. You know, hear me out before you judge me. I did have sex with a prostitute once. Hear me out, right? Now, she wasn't high class. She was happy to take payment in beer, fags, and a 2-litre bottle of roller cola. But with every sort of semi-enthusiastic thrust of shame, I just felt this sharp pain, you know, like an acute sharp pain, to the point where I couldn't carry on, you know. So I gave her a 4-pack, a 2-litre bottle of roller cola, and 10 fags, and she was on her way. But I realised what it was, that sharp pain. It was a hawthorn. Oh my God, it was terrible. That was terrible. It was terrible. I'm admitting that was terrible. Getting back into people that accept payment from Google, right? I just see that as immoral. I see it as immoral, I could never ever monetize this channel. I could never accept money from Google, right? So then people's counter argument to that would be that there are YouTubers out there that need to and want to make a living, and they're trying to kind of move with the times and stuff like that, and it's an income for them. Now, so let me put this across in a different way. Let me ask you a question, right? If you were like properly on your arse, you were struggling to pay the rent, you know, would you consider, say, prostitution to pay the rent and pay the bills and put food on the table? Would you consider prostitution? And that's men and women, you know. You wouldn't, would you? Because it's immoral, you know. And I think it's something that women kind of fall right down and then into, either because of like childhood trauma, childhood abuse, drug abuse, feeding the habit, mainly stuff like that gets women into prostitution. Now, I can actually see things getting quite rough at some point, to the point where there will be women that will be considering something like that, which is very, very sad. And it could have been avoided if they'd have just listened to people like us 5 years ago. They'd be in a position now where they've kind of got the ducks in order, and, you know, they're prepared for tough times. But people just didn't listen to us. They just thought we were tinfoil hat wearing absolute nut jobs. Whereas in actual facts, between us lot, we've pretty much got most of it right. You know, that old saying, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? 6 months, tops. It's even less now. So prostitution is degrading and immoral and undignifying. So imagine Google as being a pimp, because all they've done is spew out pure, full-on, hardcore fucking propaganda for years, way before COVID. But they really upped their game on that, you know. And on top of the fact that YouTube is owned by Google, and we're all experiencing our comments disappearing left, right, and centre, which is really frustrating. I don't like being fucking told what I can and can't say, ever. I know you wouldn't, Lana. I know you wouldn't. I don't think any of the lasses here would. Really don't, because we're different, you know, and we're preppers, which means that even when our food starts to run low, we'll have had a plan by then on finding another way. And then when that runs dry, we will have taken time to have a plan B, plan C, plan D, because that's the way we are. So that wouldn't happen to us. And having said that, Lana, you could be an escort, you know. You don't need to shag anyone. Just go out. Just be someone's date for the night. Get a proper fucking slap up meal. Do you know what I thought earlier on? Right. I would date a police officer. Right. I would. Now, this might annoy a few of the ladies in the chat, but I'm just being honest. Just being honest. I would take her to the swankiest of restaurants. I would ask her loads of questions, make sure that she knew that I was listening to what she was saying, because women do like to be listened to, right? I'd make sure that she had the most expensive meal. I'd order the finest champagne. And then I would just say, I'm just nipping to the gents. I'm so full. Just nipping to the gents, back in a minute, and fuck off home. Leave her with the bill. That's what I think of the police. Now I'm going on a march tomorrow on a little protest. And if that little piggy cop's there, there is a good chance I'm going to have a little word with him, you know, because he pulled Annie's hair. He had no fucking right to do that. And little did I know that just over 2 hours later, I'd be caught on film in several auditors' videos trying to drive my car through this massive crowd full of patriots. And this stupid, thick, imagine a giant pig, a literal giant pig in a uniform. That was this sergeant, a sergeant that should be leading by example. An absolute fucking tard of a man. He's got, I used to be bullied at school written all over him. An absolute cunt. So I am going to have a word with him, but I will make sure that Annie's filming it all to make sure that I've got evidence just in case he tries to get a bit hands-on with me, because I will not accept that. No one's got a right to put their fucking hands on me. Nobody. Whether they've got a uniform on or not. Because on the lead up to anything like that happening, I will have been telling the truth. So to get accosted or assaulted for telling the truth is like a fucking red rag to me. But I am going to try and go in as neutral as possible because, you know, a few of you guys have you know, emailed me and texted me and said to me in person that I'm no use to anyone inside. But you see, I can't imagine allowing a copper to fucking grab me and not wanting to knock him out. You know? So that's assault on a police officer. We're looking at about 4-5 years. Unless I get blacked up. Take on don't take any ID with me. Get blacked up and try and pull off an Afghani accent. Right, yeah, no worries, mate. Don't worry. It's okay. My head fell into your fist. It's okay. Don't worry. It was my fault. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be. I don't like the police. I've never liked the police. I never will like the police. You know, like I said, I've interacted with a few police officers in the past, and I've you know, there's been I can count on one hand the amount of times I've been involved with the police. I've had skirmishes and run-ins with the police. I've been arrested quite a few times. I'm not a bad bloke, you know. But in my entire life, I can probably count on one hand in my entire life coppers that I've felt respect for, you know. And one of them was responsible for me to jail. Yeah, I still have respect for him, you know, because there was no ego there. He was just doing his job, and I was breaking the law. So, well, there are few and far between, and what they do with the best coppers, with the coppers that have got good people skills, And for the record, that should be part of your interview. Have you got good people skills? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to put you to the test. We're going to walk down the street. I want you to sort of just interact with just some random person, just to test what their people skills are like. And if they fail, they don't make the cut. But anyway, so the few coppers that are in the police force that do have decent people skills, that aren't ego driven, that aren't cunts. Storm, leave. End up being given a blue high vis with police liaison officer written on the back because they've got good people skills. But it's going to get to the point where it doesn't matter how many fucking blue high vis you put on. You can put high vis on every single cop now, you know, which is usually to most people indicative of a copper that is approachable, right? That's not a cocksucking dickhead like the one that pulled Annie's hair, right? But it's not going to make a difference. People find the ones in the blue tops, they know what that represents, so they know that they can go over and have a word and have a chat. As opposed to some pompous dickhead that's full of ego and think, you know, either a roidhead or an ex-bully victim. But again, it doesn't matter. Further down the line, because people are seeing what's happening, and the fact that the two-tier thing, even though it's been brought up left, right, and centre, it's been pointed out left, right, and centre. Even, you know, I met 2 police liaison officers at the protest where I'm going tomorrow with Annie. I've met 2 so far up there. One was called Becky and the other one was called Holly, right? And I'm shit at remembering names. Yeah, I remember them. And Holly, you could tell there was a bit of cuntishness in there, you know. But Becky, she was lovely. And she even said, if I could find a job that paid the same, I'd quit tomorrow. So, but I already got a really good vibe off her before she even said that. She can see where it's going. And I'm thinking to myself, why don't you take a pay drop, right? And be happy and safe? Because on the current trajectory that we're on right now, the police are putting targets on their own backs. They're going to end up becoming victims in all of this. And there's going to be people that are going to dox them, you know, publicly put out their address and stuff like that, you know. The police of England, the police of the UK, they need to be treading very, very, very fucking carefully right now. The whole of the UK is a tinderbox right now. You know, it's like a pressure cooker. So, because the police have consistently shown themselves to be absolute tosspots, especially over the last 5.5 years, you know, just going out for a walk, just going out for a drive. Is it essential? No, just out for here's a COVID fine. That was it, you know. And then consistently protecting the lefty lunatics, the paid opposition, right? Because they're paid to be there, taking their side over the side of the people that are fighting for the coppers and their families. You couldn't make it up. You really couldn't. And I do think there are coppers out there that see that, you know, but there's still, the vast majority of them are still standing on the wrong side of history. And it is going to be a case of fuck around and find out. It really is. It really is. There are millions of us. Millions of us. We shall see. I don't know why, but I've just got these chills, right? So I need to go. I was really hot earlier on, but I think that's because I was rushing around. So I'm just going to put something on. Bear with. Oh, yeah. Oh, I heard it was quite a sick joke, but quite funny earlier on. So I'm going to pass it on to you. Do you want to see? I don't know if everyone's going to get this, because it is quite dark. It's dark sense, but the British are famous for their dark sense of humour, right? Do you want to see my cum face? You ready to see my cum face? Oh, that is quite dark. That is quite dark, to be fair. It is, you know. Oh, man. Anyway. Where were we? That cop can be summed up with just a glance, a proper tard. Yeah. He had cunt written all over him. He was an absolute wanker, you know. And he wasn't the only one that he you know got physical with. He was completely out of order. And again, he was a sergeant. Sergeants should be setting an example, a precedent of how policing should be done. And he was just an absolute wanker. But then you also take into account that most of the police quite recently and to some degree right now had booked holidays and stuff like that to go away with the families and what have you. And they had their leave cancelled. They had to cancel their leave. They were probably reimbursed for the holidays that they've missed out on or whatever, you know. But they've had their leave cancelled because there were people doing protests outside of pretty much every migrant hotel up and down the country. And then tomorrow is going to take some serious policing, because we were talking to police at the Best Western Hotel, which is up the road, which is where I'm going tomorrow. They were saying that they're going to be deployed to London. So we've got police all over the country being deployed to London. So, you know, hello, yes. I'd like to report a burglary, and I think he's still in my house. Okay, well, can you get yourself out of the house and to safety, because we've not actually got any police officers available to come and save you. Bye. So not only are they not out there solving crimes, they're also not out there being just simply being there for you, even though you're paying for them. So yeah. So there's going to be a lot of police down there, a lot of agitators. It is a trap, you know. I don't know what holds the record for the most watched event in UK history. I was going to say, but this could be it. But then you're not going to get the BBC, ITV, Channel 4 news or Sky News or any of them. None of those are going to be reporting accurately on the side of the Patriots. They deem us as far right. They will continue to call us far right, even though we're not. They are biased and they are part of the system. You know, anyone that's connected to Ofcom, because Ofcom is just another governmental branch of the government. It's a propaganda arm of the government, of the system, that wants you to own nothing and be happy. That's all it is. In fact, I did a bit of research into GB News, and I don't know if anyone knows this, but GB News is owned by the headquarters for GB News is in the United Emirates, a Muslim country. And it gets even more interesting when you start looking at the shareholders of GB News. You know, you couldn't make this shit up. And whilst I remember, right, so does anyone remember a few years back me saying about Conor McGregor potentially running for leadership in Ireland? And I explained to you that there have been some women that have been paid off, right? So they've accepted a financial agreement. Bearing in mind, Conor McGregor is protected by Disney, which is a very, very, very powerful corporation, right? They have the best lawyers, all the loopholes. They've got everything, and he's protected by them, right? The guy is a sexual deviant, a sexual predator, right? So I did give an example of him. Well, it has to be rape. She claimed it was rape. He claimed it was consensual, yet she had to go to hospital, and this is on record, to have a tampon surgically removed from her cervix. That doesn't sound like consensual sex to me. And there are countless other ones, you know, but people are looking again. So Conor McGregor, to me, Conor McGregor to Ireland is like Tommy Robinson to England. You couldn't make this shit up. You really couldn't. You couldn't make it up. Right, so what I did was I did a very simple. Oh, you fucking bastard! My phone won't charge up. You know, I've got to take my phone and get charged up. I mean, to get the charger bit fixed. It's just one thing after another, you know. So I did a quick Google, because I can't be asked to type because I'm the world's like slowest typer. So I speak into Google and ask questions, right? So is Nigel Farage a shareholder of GB News?
According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, In November 2023, it was revealed that ownership of shares in the channel had been handed out to a number of people, including some of the network's presenters such as Nigel Farage, Arlene Foster, Eamon Holmes, Jacob Rees-Mogg, Neil Oliver, Camilla Tominey, and Dan Wooten.
Neil Oliver. So Neil Oliver, right? You still trust that guy? Do you? Because I fucking don't. He's paid opposition. He's saying all the right things, whilst kind of leading you down. You know, that's how it works. As for Arlene Foster, again, with any of these names, with any names that come up, all you need to do is ask Google. Sometimes it gives you the right answer. I can give you an example of it fucking being all over the place in a minute, right? So all you need to do is think of any of these names and speak it into Google and then add the word scandal. Okay. So let's take Arlene Foster, for example, right? Arlene Foster scandal. So we already know Nigel Farage is as bent as they come, right? Neil Oliver, I've always had my suspicions about him, and I'm sure plenty of you guys have as well, right? So it comes up with something straight away. The main scandal associated with Arlene Foster is the Renewable Heat Incentive, RH scandal, also known as the Cash for Ash scandal, right? Which occurred in Northern Ireland when she was the Enterprise Minister and late First Minister. The botched energy schemes set up in 2012 under her stewardship failed to implement the proper cost controls, leading to a massive overspend of £490 million for public funds, right? Which means, you know, so that's French for she got a shitload of money and then split it up amongst all of her mates, which is exactly what Westminster is all about, right? So a misappropriation of public spending and public funds, taxpayer funds. In close brackets, cunt. While Foster was accused of failing to act responsibly, she denied blame. Of course she did. She's a fucking politician. Stating she was accountable but not responsible, though she later expressed regret for the spiralling costs. A little bit like this rail network that was, you know, the Hunger Games train, you know? It's like, right, how much is it going to cost us to get it done? Oh, well, you're looking at X amount of billion. How many billion? This amount of billion. Right. And then they get started. All the contracts have been handed out. Next thing you know, it's doubled and then tripled, and it's still not been completed. Where's all that fucking money gone? Where's all your money gone? I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg, need to say more. Camilla Tominey, never heard of her. Camilla Tominey, with a name like Camilla, I'm thinking she's a cunt. Camilla Tominey scandal. No, there's nothing. Right. Okay. So Since January 2023, she has presented the Camilla Tominey Show, a Sunday morning politics show on GB News. Anything that comes from GB News should be taken with a pinch of salt. Anything that comes from any Ofcom regulated news source should be taken with a pinch of salt. And if they're starting to say stuff that you want to hear, right, you should be asking why. Why are they saying that? You know, because this sounds like it's going slightly against the narrative. But this is all carefully thought out. You know, there'll be some bloke or a couple of blokes or a woman and a bloke or a couple of women or whatever that will be turning around and going, right, we need to put it out like this to get them to think like that. It's pure propaganda. You're being hit by tens of maybe even hundreds of psyops every single day. And it's all down to your judgment, your trust in your gut, and just being just having your head on a swivel and just being discerning, you know. I see so many posts being reposted, especially on X, and I have to get stuck in there and I'm like, right, this is flawed because of A, B, C, D, Y, which means that this is a load of bollocks. Yet you consider yourself to be awake. Yet in actual fact, you're not. You're fast asleep pretending to be awake. You know, I go for the jugular of so many people because I'm sick and tired of people being so fucking stupid. Again, you know, it's been 5.5 years now. There's no excuse for people to be so fucking dumb. It gets on my tits. What else did I have? Just get a few points out of the way. And do you know what? I don't know why I thought about it earlier on. I think it was some sort of, I think it might have been like a donkey charity that came up on my YouTube ads, something like that. And I remember a girlfriend years ago saying that I smell like a donkey's dick. And I sat back because I always smell nice, right? I sat back and I just thought, I started putting things together in my head. You know, when you start to put pieces together, like puzzle pieces. And I thought to myself, how do you know what a donkey's dick smells like? And then it clicked. I suddenly realised why she was banned from Blackpool Beach. And why she always called it Blackpool Pleasure Beach. That was a lie. That was a lie. And by the way, I've never slept with a prostitute either. I've never paid for sex. I would never pay for sex because you're having sex with a victim of life. You know, that makes you lower than them. You know, they're doing that because they've become a victim of some way, and that's another thing, right? So it's quite easy, I think, to blame other people for this, blame other people for that, right? Rather than accept responsibility yourself, right? We're all grown adults here. Most of us around my age, some a bit younger, some a little bit older, but not that much in it. A victim mentality if you've got one, if this is ringing bells with you, that you want to blame everyone else, and why is my life so shit? You know, why have I got no friends? Why this? Why that? Why the other? You know, that's a victim mentality. You need to get rid of that. Get rid of it. Fuck it off. Put it in the same envelope as fear. You know what that reminded me of? You know, when I was young, I would put it in an envelope and then burn it. When I was young, and I was 17, and I was with a 25, 26-year-old radiographer student who went on to be a consultant. And I was still a bit of a fumbler back then. You know, it takes a few years for you to be good in bed, you know? And she said, just practice writing the alphabet with your tongue, right? To be good at oral sex. So by the time I'd got to mastering sort of H, J, she left me for a Chinese guy. I'm hoping you're getting these jokes. You know, we've got to keep our peckers up. We have, and I'll help you. You know, because you've helped me. I had to think about this the other day, and I got a bit choked up because I was thinking to myself, I could never consider any of you as subscribers. You know. Because it's not that kind of channel. It's a community. And I've had messages and emails from people offering me support, and thought you might like that, Boho Richie. I just wasn't sure if anyone was going to get it, you know. And I just thought to myself, the last 5 years has been hell, absolute hell. And I don't talk about it much because I don't want it to be about that. But every now and then it will come out because it was so impactful. And I owe a lot. I owe a lot to you guys for helping me through that, because I didn't have many. I had plenty of people around me, plenty, you know, but I had very, 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 very few people that understood me, that understood that what I was saying, what I was trying to tell everyone wasn't as a result of me losing my shit because of losing Sal, because that was the assumption that everyone jumped to, you know. You didn't. So I owe you a lot. I owe you a lot. So regardless of anything that you might have, any little tips or tricks or any help or any smiles or any a little bit of laughter now and then that you might get from me, I'll still never be able to pay that debt off. So thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, you know. Especially those that have been that were there, you know, that were there at that particular time. And you know, I'm fairly certain there was a few videos that I put out where I lost my composure, I got a bit emotional, and but I was never judged for it. I was never, no one ever sort of looked at me or listened to me and thought, weak, you're weak, you know, because of the intensity of what had happened. Whilst all of this madness was happening at the same time, it was too fucking much for me. It was too much. But your support helped me along. It really did. It really did. So I'm eternally grateful to you. I need a fag. Well, I know that I'm certainly not the only one that's been through intense shit over the last 5 years. I know I'm not, you know. I'm in communication with people. I get emails from people, you know, and I'll always respond. I always respond, always. So the very fucking least I can do is give something back, you know. And I know that lots of you have, much love, Michael. I know that most of you have gone through your own version of trauma and your own version of shit over the last 5 years, just like I have. But we've built this little community together, and that's helped each other because it's made us all feel less alone. And it's a lonely place being where we are because we're not surrounded by like-minded people in our lives, in our normal daily physical lives. We're not. So our little Friday night gatherings, for example, it's a weight off for me. And I think it's an escape for some of you guys. So it's a win-win thing. Your strength is admirable, mate, and helps others as well. Thank you. That's very kind. I'm not very good at it's very, but thank you for your kind words. But whenever you get some sort of trauma in your life, you know, if you can try and fight your way through it. In fact, don't try, just fight your way through it, right? No matter what. And by the time you get to the other side of it, it will have turned you into a stronger person. It's I do think everyone's got their limits, but then have they really? Isn't it down to perspective? You see, there'll be people out there that have had it way worse than me over the last 5 years, way worse. And again, we're being tested on a day-by-day basis now, and it's a clear demonstration of just how strong and versatile you are to be able to deal with it all, you know, and still be able to sleep most of the time, some in some cases, you know. But one thing that it has done to a lot of us, especially those that have had it rough, particularly rough over the last 5 years, like losing loved ones, is that it humbles you. So you become humble. And when you become humble, that's the abolition, total abolition of ego. It's gone. Because you've been hammered so fucking much that you become versatile, you become stronger, wiser, but your ego's gone. It's completely gone, which is why I struggle with people saying nice things about me. So that is it's a silver lining to devastation, when you can lift yourself up and carry yourself forward with momentum, you know. I think I can speak for a lot of you guys. We are all, a lot of us are moving forward with more momentum now than we've ever had. Sometimes we have to be pushed to the brink to have those dark nights of the soul, to truly know ourselves. I agree. When we know our shadows as well and work through them, you become an unstoppable force. You didn't even need to put that correction in there. I knew what you meant. And do you know what? I absolutely, totally agree with you. If you can get through it, if you can get through all the shit, if you can get through all the trauma, you see, a lot of our issues as adults stems from childhood trauma. Now, there's a lot of people out there that have got a lot of inner work to do. You know, they need to come to terms with stuff. And some people think that medication is the way. Some people think that counselling is the way. Well, the true old-fashioned and most efficient and effective way to get through it is by yourself, but knowing that you've got people in the background there if you need them. I don't utilise anybody. I know I could, I know I can, but I don't. I think everyone here has been forged by fire. I like that, forged by fire, and it's an ongoing process. It is. And I think the more you can take, the more you can take. Well, that doesn't apply to everyone. Some people are like shrinking violets. They're very delicate, you know. Not everyone's like us. This is why like attracts like, which is why we get the same people every Friday night, pretty much. Like attracts like. Not everyone can cope with it. I've lost, no, not so many, but I have lost friends, you know, to that, you know. And then you go through the guilt process of thinking, if I'd have gone round that night, or if I'd have got him to stay over at mine that night, you know, or if I'd have just asked a few more questions, you know, you end up taking that guilt on, thinking that you're responsible in some way, or you could have prevented it in some way. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. That's what I've come to terms with, to get past that guilt. So it's not selfish delusions to get me past that guilt. It's the truth. It's the truth. And being all happy, clappy, and kind of enthusiastic and positive and optimistic all the time, that is not a normal and natural standard state of mind. It's not. You've got to experience the negative to appreciate the positives more. You know, you appreciate the warm, beautiful, warm rays of sun on your face after a really shit winter. You know, when that warmth starts to come through and it breaks through the frosty air and you can feel the warmth on your face. You know, it's the same thing. Life is about suffering, and I think the more you suffer, but the more you learn to cope with each negative incident in your life, the better you get at it, the stronger you get. You know, You just get better and better and better at it, to the point where eventually it's like nothing can touch you. You see, there's not really anything now that this. I explained to you ages and ages ago that one of the reasons why I wanted to work in kids zones away from MenCap, because with MenCap I was very limited. You can only teach them so much. You know, they're called learning disabilities for a reason, because you can only teach them so much. There's a ceiling. Not those ceilings differ depending on the person, obviously, you know. But with working in kid zones, these are kids that haven't got learning disabilities, you know. So the sky's the limit. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do that is because I knew that there was very little, if anything, that these young people had been through in their life that I'd not experienced in my life at some point. So, and you can't get that. You can't get that at university. You can't get that at college. You can't. But yeah, on top of everything, and I think you'll all agree, you know, we are very, very strong now. You know, we do have our off days. All of us do. You know, last weekend was a bit rough for me. No particular reason, just a bit rough, you know. But I have them. They're becoming more and more rare. You know. A nail takes many hits with the hammer before being secure. I like that. I like that. Again, you didn't need to correct that, Jordan, because we all read between the lines. But I do like that. Again, I've likened it to being like a proper dog's bollocks, almost uncopyable antique samurai sword made of steel that can just cut through anything. But in order to get to that standard and that quality of steel, it's had to be smashed and smashed and smashed, and then in the furnace, smashed and smashed and smashed and smashed, and in the furnace, rolled, smashed and smashed and smashed, and in the furnace, over and over and over and over. And what you end up with is something that's almost indestructible. Right. Anyway. I had about childhood trauma on here, you know. So a lot of what you try and fix on your own, right? Because there'll be lots and lots of things that's happened in your life where you try not to think too deeply about it because it's too uncomfortable and it's too painful. And I think that probably accounts for many, if not most of you guys. But you do really honestly, you need to spend some time in silence and face those demons. And once you face those demons, I guarantee you'll be twice as strong when you get to the other side of it. Just don't hide them away. Don't tuck them away. You know, it's tucking them away and averting your eyes because it's too painful. It's not good for you. It's not. It's got to come out. It has to come out. I think that's one of the reasons why we've become the kind of people that we've become. I'm sure we've all had moments where we've thought, if I look back on my life, is there anything that I would change? And the answer to that for me would be none, absolutely none, because I wouldn't be me. I wouldn't be me as I am today if it wasn't for all of that. You know, sure, it's, you know, some of it's still painful to remember. You know, some things never leave you, but I do think you can, that the more you face your past, the more strength you've got to face your future. And it's your future that's important, not your past. That's just for reference only, to learn from. You know, don't take anyone and anything for granted. You know, nothing, nobody. I wonder, we've got no Americans in our chat today. No Americans, because I had one lined up for them. So, you know, there's loads of burgers. So we might as well just kind of get out of the deep and into the shallow for a while. Balance. So there are lots and lots of outlets all over the West where you can go and get a burger. You've got Burger King, McDonald's. There's loads and loads. Big fast food changes. Well, in America, so there's quite a few people actually in America that have done the longevity burger test, right? Where they'll buy a burger and then they'll bring it home and they'll just leave it somewhere cool and dark. If there's any, they're clearly not preppers because we've got nowhere cool and dark left. And they'll leave that burger in the bag that it came in, and they'll just leave it in there and then go and buy another one, leave that in there, another one, leave that in there, all from different outlets, different companies, right? And months can go by, months and months and months. You won't even get a spot of black mold on a McDonald's burger. Almost like it's pretend food, right? And I've got some very, very serious questions as to where that meat's coming from as well. But now I need to turn this into something funny. So in America, they've got somewhere called Wendy's. So I think that is, I think Wendy's is where Peter Pan goes to eat out. That was shit. Was that shit? Yeah, I think it was shit. Peter Pan eats out at Wendy's. So what do any of you guys have any theories on what's going to happen tomorrow? Because I'm telling you, it is sinister. It is. My gut has been screaming this for ages. I had this feeling before the Britain First March in Manchester, right? Because I've been to all of the marches with them before that, right? Including the Birmingham one. But I didn't go to the Manchester one because I had this gut feeling, right? But maybe that gut feeling wasn't for the Manchester event. Maybe it was for tomorrow, you know? So you think about it, decades have gone by of young working class white girls being groomed and raped, right? And nothing was done. And it was being reported, and police were just told to turn a blind eye, right? Then along comes Tommy. The right time. And again, if you didn't catch the first part when I was getting myself a drink and getting myself sorted and getting myself organised so I could sit down. I played a video, and all of that is verifiable. All of it, every single word of it. Right? Look it up. I've got a really bad feeling about tomorrow. Whenever someone says I've got a really bad feeling, it reminds me of Star Wars. I had a look at my tarot as well, and I don't like it. What does it say? What does it say? Because I know that some cards can have double meanings depending on depending on the cards that are with certain cards. They can have a different meaning. I don't know a great deal about it, you know. I went out with a girl that used to do tarot, and it made me question it, you know. Got to admit, I am a spiritual man, right? And I am an open-minded man. And I do think that there's a lot more to life and our life and the world around us that we don't know or yet understand. But yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, I will try and poke holes in it. You know, I'll try and find a flaw to make it to the point where I can think to myself, yeah, this is a fraud for someone to make money. You know, like, let me read your palm. You know, or if you're sat in a fucking audience and you've got some bloke who's a clairvoyant, is like, and he points up at a 78-year-old man and says, "You've lost your father." You know, it's like, what the fuck? You're gonna have a birthday this year. Shit like that, you know. But I do think that there are people out there that have got some sort of gift. And there are old school things like tarot cards and the reading of them that people absolutely swear by. And there was a few times that she did the tarot with me, and yeah, it was quite bizarre. But I think it takes a lot of practice to nail it. But I do think something bad's going to happen tomorrow, and it guts me to know that there are young families going to be going down there, you know, with toddlers and babies in prams. And yeah, I read intuitively, so I use them like a tool. A tool. Did you know that Storm was a tool? Because his dad was a tool maker. Let me read this, and then I'll elaborate on something in a minute as well. They do have meaning, but they kind of play out to me like a story, and information comes through. It is just a tool to connect our brain. Fair enough. I can't even see how I know things and predict things sometimes. It scares me. I can't even explain quite how it works. You don't need to explain it. Again, people just go on about the five senses: touch, smell, taste, sight, hearing. That's it. And that's all we're taught at school. That's it. You can hear things because you've got these little tiny bones in your ear, and a few of the little bits and bobs. You can see because you've got these organs at the front of your head that have got a very, very, very small spectrum of light that they can see in. And even then, what you're seeing is just these organs interpreting what's in front of you, and then sending that to the back of your brain to interpret it, you know? But nobody ever says anything about intuition. Nobody ever really talks about the gut feeling. And I don't know why, because these are just as important, if not more so, you know? And I do think that women generally have a higher level of intuition than men. I think that's just part of the kind of the maternal element of a woman, you know, that they need to try and suss things out. I think it's something we don't quite understand yet. It's like a muscle as well. More I read, stronger it gets. I like that. Yeah, I'm like that down here. Sorry, I had to lower the tone, didn't I? Oh dear. But yeah, I do think that again, with experience and the more that we learn and the more that we see and the more that we research, the broader our minds get. And again, I've said for years now, every now and then you can be right in the thick of it to the point where it's difficult to get a handle on what's what, you know. When you take a step back, you've got a broader peripheral, so you see more, but you've got to be able to take a step back, and so many people can't do that. They're in the jar, you know, they're in the middle of it, whereas a lot of us we kind of take a step back and we can see so much more, you know. Oh, I'm glad you found that funny, Boho Richie. I didn't want to make it come across like I was sort of pissing on your deep moment there, because that wasn't intended, you know. I'm not like that, you know. But I think as time goes by, I think more and more of us are getting are honing our intuition more and more. Almost like a form of ascension, like a form of mental evolution. Now, I know that a lot of us put more time into researching and trying to put pieces of the puzzle in our never-ending thirst for the truth. Some put more effort in on a daily basis than others. But I think the more effort you put in, the sharper that sense, that extra sense that we've got, or one of those extra senses that we've got, the stronger and the sharper and the more efficient it becomes. I don't like a man with too many muscles, just one big one, lol. Size does matter. I think it does. And again, I can back that up with complete and total logic, right? So first of all, usually when a man turns around and says, I'm Tripod Terry, it usually means that there's just a little thing going on like that wouldn't make a very, very efficient tripod. But I'm actually really happy with what I've got down there, right? So I feel quite blessed, because some blokes out there are some blokes that are born with little things, you know, and my heart goes out to them, because looking at it from a bloke's point of view, right? Size does matter. It does matter. It's not all about the motion in the ocean. It's not all about how you use it. Not all. That is a big part of it, but it's not all. Not from a woman's perspective. A woman is able to give birth to something with a circumference like that. Any of you lads got a cock that with that sort of circumference? Anyone? No. No, you fucking haven't. So size does matter. It does. It does. All women would prefer a big dick. You know, I'm not being crass or dirty or, you know, or sordid or anything like that. This is just a fact. Women do prefer a big dick. They do. Even better if you know how to use it. The Tommy Tard marchers take the heat off the people's anger as though they've done something positive for attending, but nothing has changed. Exactly. But things will have changed after tomorrow, right? So, for example, when COVID happened, they brought in the Coronavirus Act, right? You should do a bit of research into that and have a proper good look at that. And it shouldn't be there, you know. It's not good. But that was brought in. That would have been planned, you know. That would have been all drawn up and perfected, right, down to the letter, way before 2019, right? So imagine tomorrow's march being another COVID. There'll be something that's ready to be put in place to take away more of your freedoms. Or, do you know what? You've just reminded me of, I think it might have been Annie, right? So she showed me a video, and it was two girls in their kind of mid to late 20s having a conversation, right? And she's saying it was like that, and it was like that. It was fucking huge. And her mate turns around and says, "Did it hurt?" She said, "Fucking hell, yeah, it did." And it took 3 flushes to get rid of it. I'll go for a top up. I'll be back. Oh. Yeah, you know, as many kind of mental images I've got in my head of what might transpire tomorrow. I'm only human, right? I don't like being wrong. I think anyone that turns around and says, "Oh, I fucking love being wrong, me. I love it," give them a wide berth, because there's something not quite right upstairs, right? So I don't like being wrong, but I really, 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 really hope I'm wrong about tomorrow. I really do. But my gut's just screaming its head off. So anyone that is going to tomorrow, you know, they say, right, if you go into a concert or something like that, more now than ever, right? If you go into a concert, park as far away from the actual venue as possible, because then you're not joining a massive queue to get out, right? And then when you get to the venue, try and pick a seat that's near the fire exits. So if anyone's going to this gathering tomorrow, just try not to be in the middle, you know, try and be on the outskirts of it all. And keep your fucking head on a swivel. Well, I'm glad you're not going. I'm going to a situational awareness. Spot on, Michael. Yeah. Oh, I love it. You know, when I'll go right around the fucking houses, and then someone just says situational awareness. Yeah, that just encapsulates it. You know, it's pretty much it. Yeah. So I won't be going to London, but I will be going to a protest up the road from me that's gaining momentum. So I think anyone that was there last Saturday, for example, where it did get quite heated, and the Saturday before that, anyone that's not going to London will be anyone around Long Eaton and San Diego and Stapleford and Sawley, all the neighbouring little towns. They'll be up there, you know, hopefully for the reasons that I've been laying out tonight, that they've had a gut feeling, you know, because there are a lot of meatheads out there that are just going to, moving forward, there's a lot of people that are going to be fucking shit up for us because they're just not thinking with their gut or their heart. They're thinking with their brain that's had a lifetime of programming. We have to take that into account because it's a massive factor in this. So just staying focused, you know, remaining focused and alert at all times. Well, we'll see, won't we? Like I said, if ever I wanted to be wrong about something, it's this, because you're looking at the possibility of there being between 500,000 and 1 million people all kettled into one small area. You know, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, fucking hell. I can't even pour a drink without spilling it everywhere, you know. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah. So earlier on, I tried to do a little bit of digging, right, on, so just bear with me because I find it quite interesting that What the fuck have I done with my phone? Hold on. So, you know, I've got an issue with people taking payment from Google to run a YouTube channel to make money out of YouTube, right? I have got a problem with that. I have, you know. So even a lot of like what you would consider to be fine, upstanding YouTube creators, they're still stooping, really, as far as I'm concerned, because Google is just, it's a beast. That's why I call it suckling on the tit of the beast when you're getting income from it, because it's not right. It's not right. It's immoral. It really is. So, and that's because of the damage that Google has done over, especially over the last 5 years in particular, right? But then it goes right back to its inception. You know, it was a CIA funded platform or search engine, because it will kind of, people will type in what they're trying to look for. I mean, in the early days, it was like you've just put 2 words in there and it'd be like, please use fewer words. You know, now you can just you can speak a whole fucking sentence into it and it'll give you results. So I was trying to look into Keir Starmer's family and his family background, right? And the amount of the amount of differences between each question that I asked Google was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. So let me give you an example, right? How many siblings does Keir Starmer have? Right, so he has 3 siblings, an older sister named Anna, a younger twin siblings, Nick and Katie. He was the second of 4 children in his family. Okay? Are all Keir Starmer's siblings alive? Earlier on it said yeah. Now it's saying no. No, Sir Keir Starmer's brother Nick has passed away at the age of 60 after a battle with cancer. So not all of Keir Starmer's siblings are still alive. He died on Boxing Day, blah, 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 blah. Right. Okay. What do Keir Starmer's siblings do for a living? Have careers in the public sector and education? Of course they do. Of course they do. What did you expect? His sister, Nicola Starmer, works as a nurse, and his brother, Nicholas Starmer, works as an educational consultant for the Department of Education. Very high position. No mention there of his other sister, right? What does Keir Starmer's sisters do for a living? Good night, Jordan, mate. If hopefully I've caught you to say good night, brother. I didn't see you wave off there, mate. Sleep well and have a cracking weekend, brother. What are the names of Keir Starmer's sisters? What does Katie Starmer do for a living? So Victoria, Lady Starmer. She's made a lady. So her real name's Victoria. Born in 1973 or 1974. So which is it? Which is it? It's a British occupational health administrator and former solicitor. There are so many inconsistencies when I was doing these searches earlier on today that it made my head spin. I was just thinking, what the fuck, you know? And one of the reasons why so many people know so little about so much, about so little, is because nobody's putting any fucking effort into finding this shit out. No one's bothering to look into anything, you know? And these are all just simple Google searches. I know we can't trust Google for 100% truth because it's designed as a propaganda peddling machine. It wants you to, again, you'll see these videos of women and men, right, talking into AI, an AI engine thing, whatever it is, whatever abomination it is. But these naive fuckwits don't realise that everything that they're hearing has been programmed into the AI. It's been programmed in. So it's giving you the answers that the AI and the programmers of the AI want you to know, which isn't necessarily the truth. And sometimes the truth is skewed, you know. So again, it might resonate with you, and you might, oh, that sounds about right. But in actual fact, you've just ended up with a half truth, and you need to keep looking, you know. But there are a lot of lazy fucktards out there that are not paying attention, and these are the people that are going to get caught out, you know. Like I said earlier on, I did a prep food shop haul, right? And I bought more sanitary towels, you know, because I know that there are going to be women around me that are going to struggle because they've not, you know, there's an old term. I know it's a bit gross, and I do apologise, ladies, but an old term that's usually used by blokes, she's on the rag, right? Because women used to use rags, you know, before sanitary towels came around. Panty liners. The worst cruise I've ever been on in my life. On the Red Sea. I'm so sorry. Whew. But yeah, there are a lot of people out there that aren't paying attention, you know. And I think if you kind of piece together the puzzle that we're all experiencing and trying to see through the fog of bullshit and trying to find the truth. I mean, we all know that there are 100%, there are orchestrated food shortages coming our way. We know that, right? Which is going to drive the price of food up even higher, right? Now, a lot of people out there aren't educated enough to know that you add rice with a selection of different types of beans and cook them together, that can sustain you. It really can. It can, you know. It's boring as fuck, but it can sustain you. But there are so many people out there that have got, I don't know, a week's worth of food tops that they could just spread out, a week's worth with families, you know, that aren't paying attention because they're in their stupid fucking little bubbles, not paying attention, not noticing the patterns. It's when you notice the patterns, you can see where it's going, you know. This is where I had this conversation with Lana, that I do think historically there have been people that have been able to take a step back, several steps back, and look at the bigger picture and see the way things are now, and they could see then where things are going. So, you know, some of these people have been called mystics, prophets, seers, you know. I do think I'm not quite sure where it is. That's a really, really, really interesting book, right? And it's not because people have had magical powers necessarily. It's because people have thought and looked at patterns and have been able to figure out a trajectory, you know? Now, I've got a book of, it's there. That is a fucking interesting book to read, by xXx. And it'll blow your mind. It'll blow your fucking mind. Now, yeah, it was all about quatrains and stuff like that, you know. So in a way, some of it is a little bit like the Bible. It's a lot of it's open to interpretation, but there are a lot of things that Nostradamus said that have come to pass that can't be associated with anything else. So there's no room for interpretation. But a lot of what he wrote and prophesized is down to interpretation, just like the Bible. So, but I do think that there have been some very, very, very smart, very, 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 very clever people out there that have got these gifts. You know, I've got no doubt that some of you might be one of them, you know. Enjoying your jokes tonight. It's bringing balance. I'm going to steal a couple of them. Feel free, mate. Feel free. You know, I did have a load more, but they've just slipped my mind, you know. But yeah, we do need balance. We do, you know, and I do try my best. I do, because I mean, imagine, and that's another thing, you know. I was beating myself up earlier on, and not being able to focus on, because I did a bit of shopping earlier on, not being able to focus. I come away with certain things that I went in for, you know, and just forgot. I didn't take it. I wrote a little shopping list out, but I left it at home. And I was just thinking, what the fuck am I going to talk about tonight? What am I going to talk about tonight? How am I going to get a live stream to go? And I started beating myself up, saying, "Look, you're gonna fuck up tonight. There's gonna be awkward silences. You're not going to be able to keep flow. You're not going to be able to maintain balance, because that is one of my biggest aims, is to maintain some sort of balance, because that way any information that you get that you didn't know that might be quite impactful is then balanced out with a bit of humor. I'm thinking, how the fuck am I going to be able to pull that off? And for the first time in years, I gave myself a little bit of a big up, right? I thought to myself early on in the whole live streaming thing, I pulled off nearly a 9-hour live stream, right? And then tried to figure out if there were any other people that have got YouTube channels that have managed to do anything like that without dragging something onto the screen saying, right, there's this thing here on X. Let's talk about this. There's this thing here on Rumble. Let's talk about that. And then this is the headline of the Times newspaper. Should we talk about that? Nobody, I can't think of anybody that's managed to just free flow for 9 hours or 4 hours, which is the average time of our live streams, just to flow on their own, completely alone, with very limited couple of little pieces of paper knocking about. And I've so I kind of bigged myself up a little bit. Didn't last very long though, because I'm not very good at that. I think that's something that we definitely need to work on, is giving ourselves a little bit more love, because I don't think we're giving we're so critical of ourselves and everything else. A critical mind is a critical mind, so it doesn't really matter whether you're critically thinking about that that's happening over there, or that's happening over there. You're also critical of yourself, It's fucking exhausting. Anyway, let's have a fag. So has nobody else got any sort of thoughts on what might transpire tomorrow? Anyone? Because I'd like to get someone else's take on it, I know that Boho Witch has gone through her cards and stuff, but is there any significant things that are coming to anyone's minds other than what I've said about the fact that there's going to be hundreds of extra state-of-the-art facial recognition cameras that are going to be scanning all of those people, even from helicopters. And then you take into account that if there are enough agitators there, enough people that are kicking off, and it turns into, because again, it's the herd mentality, it came on the telly. There's a nasty virus going around. It might kill Granny. Get this jab. All right, then. Roll up the sleeves. Get the jab. No question. No questioning whatsoever. And then another. And then lots and lots of them seeing lots and lots of their friends that have done the same collapsing or ended up with conditions they've never had before, and still not putting 2 and 2 together. There were police drones scanning at Sutton in Ashfield protest a few weeks ago. Yeah, these drones are something else. You know, they're not cheap, shitty little ones that are available to the average consumer. You know, these things are state of the art. Paid for by you to surveil you and enslave you. So we're paying for our own enslavement. Potential. No, it's not even a potential enslavement. It's not happening. Not happening. I'm telling you. This is why they're trying to bring everything forward. They would have had, if they'd have played it right, you know, over the next 5 years, they might have pulled it off. But because there's been a bit of a fuck up there, a little bit of a hitch there, and a fuck up there, and there, it's imploding. Now, most people will think, well, that sounds good. It's not, because that means they're going to get desperate. And when they get desperate, they come out with more and more and more harsh shit. And that's what you've got to be prepared for. 90% mental, minimum. People are, there's a saying, it's really easy. It's easy to fool people, but it's extremely difficult to convince someone that they've been fooled, you know? And because of that, a lot of people are in denial, you know? And it doesn't really matter what you say to some of them. It's, you know, again, this is gonna be a case of trying to adapt and alter our approach to certain people, because these people need to know that they're not alone. And once they feel that, you see, someone mentioned earlier on, I can't remember who it was now, but they go into these marches thinking that they're doing their duty as a patriot, to you know, to demonstrate a show of numbers. And that's all they're thinking. And they've been trained to think that way. They're just going along with the next person, just the fucking herd mentality, a lack of individual, authentic thought and criticism of why they're actually going. They don't think past it. Lana did a bit of a, you'd have to excuse Lana not chiming in. She'll be listening. She will be listening. Lana did a little bit of a deep dive on inner monologue, right? So I'm pretty sure, right, that none of you are lacking inner monologue. None of you. Anyone that's in the chat now, anyone that's going to be listening to the replay, right, won't be short of that, because you won't be that sort of person, right? But they reckon that 1 in 10 people have no inner monologue, right? And by inner monologue, I mean, so let me, I'll give you an example of me, for example. Whilst I'm doing the hoovering, right, I'm thinking about, say, tomorrow, for example, what is going to happen, you know? Whilst I'm washing the pots, I'm thinking, I wonder if that's a psyop, you know, something else. And then I'll be thinking about something else, and then thinking about something else. My brain's constantly on the go, right? Sometimes too much on the go. And I'm sure most, if not all of you, can relate to that. But then sometimes I go even deeper than that, and I'm aware of the element of me that's listening to me thinking. I hope that makes sense to someone. So that's depth, right? But according to some studies, 1 in 10 people have no inner monologue. So they're just reactive. So they'll just be washing the pots, just focusing on washing the pots. That looks clean. That looks clean. Then there's a knock on the door. They're reactive. They'll go and answer the door. You all right? Is that for me? Sign for it. Take it in. Open it up. Oh yeah. Put it on the table. Go back to washing the pots. They don't think. There's no thinking. There's no. It's silent. Can you imagine being like that? So 1 in 10 people are like that. And I asked my dad when I saw him on Wednesday, and because of the look on his face when I asked him initially, my stomach sank. I started to think, are you one of those 1 in 10 that's got no substance, no depth? There's just nothing there. You're just a shell. But you're my fucking dad. But that was off the back of a pause, a big pause, and a confused look on his face. And then, because I asked him, I asked him if you know, do you have inner monologue? And then I explained to him what inner monologue was. And there was just this pause and this time that seemed to last forever. It seemed to take forever for him to reply. And because of that time, I was thinking, oh my God, my dad is one of those 1 in 10. Maybe that's why he went back on his promise and got jabbed, and because he just didn't believe me and blah, 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 blah. But it felt like forever to get this answer from him. And his answer was, doesn't everyone have an inner monologue? And I was like, oh, fucking hell. If you've got no inner monologue, you're not living. You're devoid of emotion. You're emotionally barren. And it's emotions, especially the really deep ones, like grief, for example, that makes us human. You know, there are certain aspects of humanity that are just so fucking beautiful, and even the sad ones, the really depressing, negative ones, they're all beautiful because they make us the complex beings that we are. So to know that 1 in 10 people out there don't feel anything, they probably don't even experience grief. They probably have some sort of version of what they think grief is. They think that they feel like they have to feel bad because everyone else is feeling bad. But they're just a shell of a person, just a fucking shell. They've also so this is relative. They've captured. So look at a woman's egg, right? So to all the ladies listening to me now, right? The eggs that you've got in your ovaries, you had in your ovaries when you were in your mother. So to those of you who have had kids, like Boho Witchy, for example, right? Your child or children will have been inside your mum because they were inside you. How mad is that? I've gone a little bit off piece there, right? So, every month an egg is released, right? And then, and you're more susceptible to getting pregnant, right? So when you've got all of these millions of sperm all like flapping around, you know, that egg only allows one sperm in, just one. Its defenses are solid, like a 6 foot fucking concrete wall of fuck off, right? But it lets one sperm in. Why that one sperm, for starters, right? And secondly, they've captured a flash. Some people are calling it a divine spark, the divine spark, of where the sperm finally gets through and there's a little flash like that, very quick, the divine spark. Now, that doesn't happen with every conception, but I can guarantee it happened when you were conceived. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to me now, because you're not a shell. You're not one of those 1 in 10. Didn't UB40 sing that? A song? I am a 1 in 10. Something like that. But you're not, you know? So here's to you. Here's to fucking you for being you and being unique and possibly being part of the massive change that's ahead of us in a positive way. You know? You are divine. You are. Now, how would the Queen say this? I'm going for a piss. Back in a minute. These two are out for the count. I like it when they're chilled. Yeah, so just very, very quickly going back to Charlie Kirk, there was a load of videos that were out saying that the New York Post had reported on Charlie Kirk's death before Charlie Kirk died, and the Times of Israel had reported on it even earlier. But I've scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled through both of those newspapers online, and I can't find any evidence of that. And then there's people that have claiming online on YouTube that it's been reported on the outcome of tomorrow, of Tommy being arrested and all this shit, you know. And then I've gone through loads and loads of information, and Annie as well. She said that she went through loads of information. Nothing, you know. So even a lot of these YouTubers that are connected with the mainstream media, I've forgotten his name now. It's all one big fucking psyop. They're trying to mess with your head. and you just got to bat it away. Just let it in. If it makes no sense, just let it become irrelevant. Just let it in. Let it become irrelevant because it's irrelevant. You know, the truth is the truth. But we are being hit from all angles, day after day after day, with just bullshit and propaganda. And it's understandable why so many people out there are just almost robotic, because it's too much for their heads to fucking deal with. So it's just like, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, you know, la, 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 like that, because they just can't, they can't cope with the overwhelming level of information that's being blasted at us on a daily basis. Yet we're taking it in our stride. Again, I think that's down to that divine spark. Please feel free to look it up. You know, please feel free to look it up. It's all evidenced. It's all very real. You know, there's so much about us and the world around us that we just don't understand yet. But I do think we're here. I do think we're here for a reason. I do think we've got purposes that are good. We've got reasons for being here that are good. We're here for a reason that's good and honourable, you know, on the side of light. And throughout history, or what we know of what is history, you know, because we've had so many fucking lies thrown at us, and they've manipulated so much of history. It's like, what the fuck is true? What's true and what's not? You know? Let's take the Austrian painter, for example, right? So at least one of you be thinking, is he self-censoring? I did, to make a point, but then I'm going to move on to say Adolf Hitler, right, was nothing like what most people think he was. Nothing. The whole burning of the books, right? So we're seeing certain old books being manipulated, right? We're seeing old cartoons with having chemtrails added to make it look like they've always been there, right? So they are manipulating the past in order to manipulate you into thinking, and your kids thinking, that was how it's always been, right? So there are books circulating the education system called things like My Two Dads or My Pregnant Dad, you know. Oh, the list goes on. There's a lot, right? So this sordid, disgusting perversion of life. It's not our first fucking rodeo with this shit. All this trans shit, you know. I'm a man. You've got a fanny and you've got tits. I know, but I'm a man. All right? Fuck off. You know? I think you'll find I'm a woman. I'm a fucking woman. Can't you tell I'm a woman? I'm a woman. Those books that were burned were very similar to My Two Dads, My Pregnant Dad. Transvesticism, if that's the right word. And all of these kind of really, really perverted, fucked up ideologies came about in Nazi Germany, and Hitler stamped them out. That was the book burning. Some would say that Hitler saw all of this coming, you know, this Zionist hostile takeover of all countries and all governments to form a one world army, a one world religion, a one world government. And he saw it all coming, and he kicked off. But then that would go against the theory that he ended up in Argentina and lived into the mid-60s. Because why would they let him go if he was such a rebel? There's so many questions out there, and every time you get an answer, it just leads to more questions. And then more answers lead to more questions again, you know? It's a fucking 24-hour job. What I think we should be doing, I think what would make it more efficient is if, say, Michael and Boho Ritchie started researching into one thing, and Lana and Jordan started looking into something else. I started looking into something else with something else. Someone else started just like applying all of our efforts into one field, and then sharing our opinions and sharing our findings. So I get to broaden your mind, you get to broaden my mind. You know, that'd be a perfect scenario. Perfect. But we're all, a lot of the time, we're spreading ourselves quite thin because we're going down one rabbit hole to try and find the truth about one specific thing. And whilst we go down that rabbit hole, it splinters off and splinters off again and splinters off again. Before you know it, you found out loads of more shit that you didn't know, right? But you'd never got to the bottom of the rabbit hole that you initially started going down, you know? But there are millions of us, millions of people that are paying attention, millions that are analysing the fucking shit out of everything. Everything. And I think that's why they're speeding shit up, because it's like they've got into fucking damage limitation, you know, which means they're going to get tough, they're going to get rough, they're going to get hard, you know, they're going to come down hard on us. They are. But fear of consequence is fear, you know. As long as you fear consequence, you've got fear in your heart. Fuck it off. Fuck it off. You see, when I do live streams, one of the things I love about live streams is that I can say whatever the fuck I want, you know. And if the powers that shouldn't be don't like what I'm saying, like I've said, you know, my door is made of glass and plastic. Come and have a fucking go. Come and have a go. But give your kids a fucking hug before you come. You know? No fear. No fear. It gets in the way. So fear of consequence is holding a lot of people back. And I see and hear people self-censoring themselves all the time. You know, look, for example, right? I'm clearly not racist. Look, you only need to. I don't know if I've done this before, but I'm all wired. I'm all connected up, wired up, and that. You have to look around my my dining room. You know, it's like you can't get more fucking African than this. You know, I don't hate black people. However, I'm seeing video after video after video after video of loads and loads of black women, right, kicking the fucking shit out of each other or kicking the fucking shit out of one black woman. I'm seeing shitloads of videos of loads of black lads and black men, mainly black youths, just singling out, chasing down a white lad and beating the shit out of a white lad. Right? I'm hearing news story after news story after news story and seeing footage after footage after footage of black people stabbing and shooting black people. You know, one side is civilized, the other side isn't. So anything that's been worth it, anything that was ever worth inventing, anything engineering wise that was worth building, intricate, incredible art and sculptures, rocket scientists, medical advances, right? Pretty much all white. You know, we've contributed as a race of white people to complete and total change in the world. Yet we've always been a minority. We are, on a global scale, we are the ultimate minority. We are a minority. In comparison to the world population, we are a minority. And we're living in a world now that alleges to be protective of minorities. Yet we're not being protected. We're being persecuted. I'm seeing, like I said, I'm seeing video after video after video after video after video after video that backs all this up. And then you had that poor Ukrainian girl, you know, just sat minding her own business on a bus or a train or whatever it was. And this fucking Fruit Loop who'd already been nicked 12 times, something like that. Just opened a flick knife, sat behind her, opened a flick knife or a lock knife, stood up and just started stabbing her in the neck and walked away with blood dripping off his knife saying, I got that white girl. I got that white girl. You know? Who's the fucking racist here? Who's the fucking racist? Who's the real fucking racist here? It's not white. But it's fucking getting that way. And it's completely understandable. If that's all you're seeing, you know, and it's, again, some people would question, some people might say, hold on a minute, this could be the algorithms making you see that it's just black people causing all the shit. Not just black people, Muslims as well, right? Causing all the shit. It's just the algorithms. And they're there to make you racist. It's there to make it more, to make everything more divisive, right? That's not the case. It's not the case. It's an IQ thing and a cultural thing combined. We're different. We created civilization. One side is civilized. Now, to anyone of colour that's listening to me now or listening to me on the replay, you've got to admit the evidence is fucking pretty overwhelming, you know? So get involved with your community. Be the change that you want to see instead of the stereotype that you are becoming. Because you are becoming a stereotype. We've had enough. You know, this the UK at some point was a land of opportunity, you know. So you give these people an opportunity and they fucking spit in your face. Whenever I've gone to Greece, I've learned a bit of the lingo. Whenever I've gone to Italy, I've learned a bit of the lingo. Even if it was just various different ways of ordering drinks at a bar. Uno bere del vino rosso per favore. Variants of that, right? out of respect. Spain, learn a little bit of Spanish out of respect, you know, because we are guests in their country, because we are not from there, right? The people in this country that are taking the piss, they need to learn a hard fucking lesson that you are guests in this country. If you don't respect our flag, if you don't respect our ways, if you don't respect our traditions, if you don't respect our laws, then it's going to be down to the people to fucking deal with you, because the police aren't doing their job. Or the Home Office. The Home Office. Mahmoud. Right. I'm in a perfect position now. Come on, bring in all the packies. And then people will be saying, he just said the word packies. Well, I've already given an example of that as well. When British people go abroad, British gets cut down to Brits. So Brit, Brits, British. If you're from Pakistan, the abbreviation of Pakistan is Paki. You know, if you don't like it, fucking sue me. Sue me. And if the police think I'm being racist, like I said, my door's just there. My door's just there. No fear. None. Stay authentic, stay strong, stay determined. But always be honest. Always tell the truth. Because I'm telling the truth. What are they going to do? Come and arrest me for telling the truth? If anyone came to try and arrest me for telling the truth, you know, it could end up with me taking their fucking lives, because I'll defend my house. I'll defend myself. The Castle Doctrine states that I can say that I can do that. But then, having said that, I don't need a piece of fucking paper to tell me I can do that. I don't. Because I know I can. You know? It wasn't that long ago when we could leave, mothers could leave their prams outside the shop and go and do the shopping, and then come back out, put all the shopping underneath the pram, fuck off home, you know, get a few errands done, go home. Can't do that now. There's a time when you could leave your car unlocked, you could leave your front door unlocked in this country. Can't do that now. Why is that? What's changed? What's changed? The demographic has changed. Stop. Leave. So there'll be people out there going, no, there's got to be another reason. You're being racist. No, I'm not. I'm a realist. And I've got common sense. I'm seeing everything that I'm seeing right now is from a place of common sense. You know? Black people and Asian people coming over here and fucking shit up. And you're not welcome. You're not welcome. If you abide by our laws, if you love our country, if you're prepared to stand under our flag, if you're prepared to honour our traditions, then you're welcome. If you're not, you're going home. With a fucking heartbeat or without one. You're going home. You keep forgetting that you are in this country, you are a fucking minority. And that's going to play out and be pointed out to you. It is. It is. There are plenty of fucking good, strong men in this country that will protect their country, but not for the government. We're not talking about adorning a fucking army uniform and being sent off to senseless wars where you just get chucked into a fucking meat grinder. I'm on about militias. Again, this could get the channel ended, but it is what it is. We're talking about militias because that's the only step forward. Because the police aren't doing anything and the government don't give a fuck. The government are putting people in place to make it even worse. And that is where things like this come in handy. Ballys. They're going to be flying off the shelves if they're not already. You know? Non-identifiable. Everyone's sticking together so that everyone's alibied up to fuck. If the government doesn't sort this shit out, which they won't, because it's all part of the Kalergi plan, then we will. And we will. And I mean that more than fucking George W. Bush Sr. meant it when he said it. We will. We will. Like I said, everything's being sped up now because there are shortfallings here, there, and everywhere. You know, things haven't quite gone to plan there. I said 5 years ago, right, that there are far too many moving parts in this for it to work. You know, there are far too many dynamics for it to work. They assumed, and to some degree they were fucking right, that everyone was just going to be so brainwashed that they would automatically, by default, be manipulatable, you know? They just assumed that everyone would just roll over. They just assumed that everything would go to plan because these people are psychopaths. They don't think like we do. And that gives us an edge because we're very complex. They can't figure out people like us en masse. We're unpredictable. We're not predictable. They were working on the premise of the entire planet being predictable. And that's not played out like that. It has in some ways, it has, you know. The jab uptake, very fucking disappointing. But a lot stopped at 1. A lot stopped at 2. You know? It's a lot of people. Why do they stop at 1? Why do they stop at 2? Why don't they just keep going? So even the percentages and the stats that you get from the government of the uptake, whether it's believable or not, isn't accurate in other ways. You know? We are an army. We are the resistance. And we will win this. We will. They will try to sabotage it and use it as an example to think twice about protesting. Yeah, they can think, again, this just backs up what I've just said. You know, they can think all they like. What they think and what they want and what they get are completely different things. We just need to be smarter than them. You see, mentally, people like us are multidimensional and multi-perspective. Whereas these sick, fuck, twisted bastards, have got a very fixed mindset. So that gives us a massive advantage. It really does. Yeah, they've got state-of-the-art weaponry and space-based fucking directed weaponry, and yeah, they've got all that shit, you know. But without fear, they can't win. They just can't win. They can't win. This is why everything's speeding up. Everything's speeding up. And the faster it speeds up, the more intense it gets, the more people wake up. The bigger the problem gets for them. You know? Common sense. Simplified. That says it all. These guests have done a great job at making themselves unwelcome in the most welcoming country on the earth. I totally agree with you, right? When I first showed my face on camera last year after the Southport riots and those little girls dying and the other girls being disfigured, that was I did say back then that we're very, very tolerant as a country, as a nation. We're very tolerant. We're probably the most tolerant, like you've just said there, Michael, probably the most tolerant country in the world. But I genuinely believe, from, again, what's true about history, what's not, we don't know, you know. But I do think that the UK, you know, the Scottish, the Irish, the Welsh, the British, the English, we've got the longest fuse with the biggest fucking bomb out of any other country in the world. So it's going to be a case of them attempting damage limitation, damage limitation, damage limitation, damage limitation. And each one of those damage limitations will be as a result of trying to curtail our rights and freedoms. That's the way they do it. But the more that they try and suppress us, the more they try and hold us down, the more we'll fight back. You know? Hey, Lily, you're right, sweetheart. Thank you for joining us. Israel did in Charlie. Yep. He told his friends he would be in danger. He refused their invitation to go there. I agree. I agree. I said when I put when I first put that post up in the post section, that was within minutes of him dying. As soon as reports got out, you know, I was ahead of everyone. All of the big names, all of the big YouTubers, I was ahead of all of them. That's not me blowing my trumpet. That's me paying attention. And I did say that I wasn't a massive fan of Charlie Kirk. And because I wasn't a massive fan, because of his stance on what his stance was on Israel, that put me off him. I just saw him as another fucking, another one that's been infiltrated, another one that's just been compromised, you know. But then it wasn't until after his death that I started looking at some of the material that he was putting out, and some of his opinions that he was making clear that he was coming around. He was having these realizations, and he had quite an audience, a big audience, and a young audience as well, which is what the powers that shouldn't be, the establishment, are trying to destroy. So along comes Charlie Kirk with all of these other perspectives on Israel and their infiltration into the parliaments and the governments around the world, especially across the West. In fact, pretty much everywhere apart from Russia and China, everywhere. So all of a sudden, he became a threat, you know. So I mean, Israel's way of, or the Zionists' way of trying to keep a lid on things over in Gaza, was by killing innocent fucking press that were just there to, like, genuine, honest press that were over there trying to shine a light on what was really happening, killing them. I posted a meme up a while back of a Canon camera And the caption was, "This is the weapon that Israel fears the most." So it's all about suppression, 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 suppression. And the more people that speak out about it, like me, you know, even though I know I'm sticking my head above the parapet, but I've got no fear, no fear. Like I said, I have my days where I'm low. I have my days where I feel a little bit anxious, you know, but it's got nothing to do with fear. Fear is a completely different definition, a different beast, and it's not in me. You know, I'm fucking ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. So he did start speaking out quite candidly, not candidly. He was becoming more open and honest about his views and opinions of what was happening to his own country. And that would have had a ripple effect across the West to the civilized countries. And they can't have that. They won't have that. So like I said earlier on, not only have they removed a voice of reason that was growing, because as he was getting older, he's getting more mature. The more mature you get, the more you learn and have a more mature perspective on things, you know. And he was a very, very patriotic man. But like I said, in the early days, it was very pro-Israel, and I could see what Israel was doing. So that irritated me. So I stopped watching him. I love debates. I love watching debates as well, you know. So when someone's got "prove me wrong" written across the top of their little tent thing, and then he's just like shredding anyone that fucking goes up against him, which are usually lefty lunatics, and they all are lunatics. He was just shredding them all. So I liked his audacity and his tenacity that was very cool, calm, and collected. But his opinions, I found out later, had changed. I didn't know that. That's why I said I wasn't a fan. But I'm not going to retract that, because I put that, you know, but I'm explaining that now. So yeah, you know, the Zionists, again, they keep using the word Zionist, right? A safe place for my people. Zionism is a safe place for my people. Right. So I'm a fucking Zionist. I'm a Zionist because I want a safe place for the minority of white men and women and children on earth. I want a safe place for them. So I'm a fucking Zionist. Motherfuckers. Use all your fancy little words to soften the blow. We see straight through the bullshit. Straight through it. But again, this is like a double-edged sword. So you've got one side where they've managed to silence someone that would have potentially, who was seen from the sane as a national treasure, right? He was revered, but not from the lunatic left, the ones that were all, "Oh, Charlie's been shot and killed," like some sort of fucking demented fucking seal on acid. The cackling Kamala supporters, that lot, you know, fucking retards, nothing but air, space, and foul fucking and dust and just tragedy in their brains. That's it. Completely out of touch with reality. So not only have they removed a voice of sanity that was becoming more sane as he went along, and like I've said to you before, guys, the human brain doesn't stop fully developing until your mid to late 20s. He was what, 31? Was he? Let me just check. I don't like saying shit that's not true. Come on, you piece of shit. How old was Charlie Kirk? 31?
Charlie Kirk died last Wednesday at age 31.
31. 30 fucking 1. So he was just starting to come into his own. He was just starting to realise who he was. You know? And over the last couple of years, he started to question things. Yeah, look. Another thing that I didn't like about him is the fact that he went and canvassed all around all of what we would call universities. They call colleges over there, and to get the young vote, right? That irritated me. But then on the flip side, Trump again. Is Trump the lesser of two fucking evils? Is he really? Is he? Trump or Kamala? You know, one is a manipulative fucking scumbag cunt of a bitch, right? That hasn't got a fucking clue what's going on, right? And the other one is an egotistical, easily manipulated motherfucker that knows nothing about politics. So that's not a democracy, right? It should never, ever be a democracy when you've got a choice of two people that have been put in place by people that hold so much power. They decide, right, you can choose from this absolute cunt or this absolute cunt. And people have been going along with that for decades and decades and decades, maybe hundreds of years. That should never, ever be an option. But like, no, we're not happy with either of them because they're cunts. We want to choose someone that we like. That's how it should work. That's democracy on paper. So not only, right, so I went right off on a tangent there. So not only have they removed what could have been a very powerful, divisive, honest and growing human being with a young family, with a kid of 1 and 4, right? They've also put into the minds of the American people the stupid bond, right? Look what happens when we allow anyone to have a gun. You know, we need to end this. We need more stringent gun laws. You know, so that's America's First and Second Amendment. First and Second Amendment either amended again or scrapped, and that can never be allowed to happen. So New Zealand had their right to bear arms taken away from them because of stupid people, right? Not paying attention and realizing that massacre in Southchurch was all orchestrated from people that were brainwashed. Do not give up your guns, America. Don't give them up. You see, there are so many people in this country that have got no idea of what the Magna Carta actually is, right? Not that we fucking need it anyway, you know? As long as you've got an innate sense between right and wrong, right? It's never about left and right. It's always about right and wrong. As long as you've got an innate sense of that, you don't need any fucking pieces of paper signed by fuck knows who, back in when knows when. You don't need that. We can govern ourselves and we can police ourselves, and that's the only way forward. Otherwise, it's a lifetime of torture and tyranny. I'm having none of that. So, but in America, their First and Second Amendment was were derivatives of the Magna Carta. They took the best parts of the Magna Carta over to America and implemented them because they could see what was coming. They could see the potential for tyranny and corruption of power. They could see it all. They knew what they were doing. So they hold their Bill of Rights very, very close to their hearts. And you can drive through it. I think you can drive through pretty much any suburban, area, anywhere in America, and everyone's flying their fucking flags. Everyone's flying the American flag. We put a George Cross up here, and you've got some stupid fucking white Karen cunt ripping it down, saying it's racist. You couldn't make this shit up. So they want your guns. They want your guns, America. Don't give them up. Don't give them up. Keep training. I would rather be surrounded by good, solid American patriots with sidearms than be in a place that's rife with fucking crime and criminals with guns, because it's like the Wild West. It's like the Wild West 2.0 now, because they allowed so many. They've allowed the country to be infiltrated with people that don't belong there. They don't have the same values. They don't have the same values. They're fucking backwards. You can take the man out of the third world, but you can't take the fucking third world out of the man. I need a piss. So that sinking feeling, thinking, I've got to turn all this shit into a positive. Oh, let's have a catch up. Yeah, he was, Lily. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read any of these, but he was. Yeah, and I feel bad for saying that I wasn't a fan. But then it's the truth, because I wasn't a fan. you know. But isn't it sad that I started to become a fan after he died? By not taking into account biological facts that I know to be true, that the human brain doesn't finish developing until your mid to late 30s, mid to late 20s, a little bit sooner for women to mature, but men later on. So not only he's not led a normal life for quite a long time, really. So he's just been sort of caged in, but probably not realizing it. And I'm sure I saw a video where he actually said himself that he'd been conditioned to think a certain way. I'll see if I can find that clip. He said that. Again, I saw all this after the fact. You know, that he'd been conditioned to think a certain way, and he had. He'd been used as a tool. He'd been utilized, and I think that pissed him off. And what's happening in Gaza, which is a genocide, it is a genocide. So you've got Jewish fucks, right, that complain about a Holocaust that possibly didn't happen, right, causing a fucking Holocaust. Motherfuckers. A lot of young men I know, nephews and their friends, respected Charlie and his logic. Yeah, he was very good. He was an incredible debater. He was a mass debater. Sorry, I had to bring a little bit of humour into it. Just try and lift the mood a little bit. I do apologise, guys. His well-stocked mind, his hope, he gave them. Yeah, there was one particular video where some girl asked him for advice. And it was about, she was like, you know, I can't remember what her words were, what her question was verbatim. But it was something about moving forward through life as a 13-year-old girl. And his response was instant. It was fucking instant. He didn't even need to think about it. It was, stay courageous. Stay courageous. Even if you don't know how it's going to turn out. That's more or less the premise of it, right? If ever you could give a young girl advice, that's right up there. Right up there. You know? I gave very, very similar inspirational talks to mainly the young lads that I was working with in kids' homes. That this doesn't have to be it. What you've gone through, I've experienced in my life. And now I've got a wife, a beautiful wife, and I've got a mortgage. You know, I'm buying my own home. And I was homeless once. You know, you can turn it all around. But I never lied. I was always honest. It was always the truth, you know? And I think Charlie Kirk was one of those people. I just think a chunk of his life, he was a bit brainwashed, but he was snapping out of that. And as soon as he started to snap out of it, they fucking took his life. He was questioning Trump too. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Do you know how I told you about this one night when I was lying in bed with Sal, right? And I had this fucking massive download, right? That wiped the fucking floor of me, right? Sal would normally want to be hugged or cuddled when she was feeling stressed or vulnerable, you know, and I'd give a good fucking hug. She knew I meant a hug, you know. That night I needed a hug from her because it was so overwhelming, you know. And I know that many of you will get that, will understand where I'm coming from when I mean that. So what's to say that Charlie Kirk didn't suddenly have one night where he's lying in bed with his missus, lying on his chest, and he's just stroking her hair like that, right? And then this fucking download, loads of things just snapped into place, you know? But was what he said and the messages that he's put out there, especially the more recent ones over the last sort of three or 4 months or so, was that enough to inspire the sane kids out there, the sane ones, not the loopy fucking, I've got a dad and a dad. I've got a mummy, I've got a dad and a dad, you know? Poor children, these poor fucking kids, right? That are being looked after by the Rainbow Clan, you know? The fucking lunatics, because that's what they are. But there are so many young people out there, and I'm still interacting with them. I wish it was a daily basis, but it's not. But I've interacted with young people when they're early to mid 20s that I've kind of ended up just striking up dialogue, and they've ended up taking over, and I'm like, what the fuck? Are you really in your early 20s? You know? And there was a bond there made for life, and they're ready for this fucking barracks to be built down the road for them to be moving in. You know? Some people would be like, you shouldn't really be going on about that, Terry. If you've got plans, they need to fucking prove it. And then they need to get in this house and fucking take me away and survive. I'm in this to the end, to the death. You know? Again, I am not suicidal. I'm not suicidal. I had one night in 52 years, nearly 53 years, where I was about to fucking end it all. But it never happened. So I'm not scared of death, but I'm not suicidal. I am a fucking patriot. I love my country. I love my country. And when I get out and about and I start to interact with other people, that like, I could give you another example, but it would give my location away. But another passerby asked me a question, and it was just a question that he asked. You know, I thought, yeah, another one, another good one that we can call on. When people start to realise that the police aren't there for them, and they never were, they weren't, and that their government's not there for them, and that, as I found out recently, a lot of the judges, a lot of these left-wing judges didn't even sit the bar. They're just random fucking puppets. They've just been put in a position that can change the course of someone's life forever. I give you prescripted, you know, this is what you do. Judges in this country, give him 5 years for something that should have been 25 to life. You know, white man, give him 5 years for something that we would normally just got a slap wrist for. Don't give up your guns, America. Don't give up your guns. You're the last one standing as far as firearms are concerned. Even though every single one of the Five Eyes has the right to bear arms, it's just been buried under acts and statutes. as a citizen, if you like, and again, I don't even know if that's a man or woman of the land, you have the right to bear arms. You don't have a right to bear arms as an employee, which is what the police are, because they work for a corporation. So it's actually illegal for them to bear arms whilst they're bearing arms. And they've made it sound illegal. Well, it is illegal for us to bear arms when actually we can bear arms. But it's illegal. It's not unlawful for us to bear arms. You know, the sales of crossbows have gone off the charts. You know, buy what you can whilst you can. You know, be part of the war effort. And again, you know, if I was some sort of like fucking general, like a modern day general in an army, you know, where I'm stood back on my horse or whatever, right? Just going forward, and I'm just stood there right at the back, watching everyone getting obliterated. You know, that's not me. That's not me. I lead by example. As it should be. And just always remember, please remember that fear, it spreads, it's contagious. Fear is contagious. You get into a crowd of people that are all fearful, right? And you'll probably feel that fear, right? But courage is 10 times more contagious and 10 times more powerful because it's proactive. It makes you proactive instead of reactive or inactive. Just know that. Just remember that. Lead by example, you know? I think it's inevitable at some point that I will demonstrate how it's fucking done. You know, whether I survive it or not is anyone's guess, right? But I think it's inevitable it's going to happen. Fear is just an obstacle. That's all. You know, you can either go around it, jump over it, smash through it, whatever you want to do. It's just an obstacle. That's all it is. It's just getting in your way. Fuck it off. I think people feel uneasy about uncertainty, you know, because people feel comfortable around familiarity, you know, family, right? They know what's what. So when everything's up in the air and it's like, is it going to go this way? Is it going to go that way? Are we going to end up with a mutually assured nuclear annihilation? Are the pole's going to flip and drown us all? Is it going to be another mud flood that's going to wipe out millions of people? The questions, loads and loads and loads of questions that people are asking, right? But they just let them float. Just let them float around in your head as possibilities. Don't let them take hold of you. Don't let them dictate how you feel and how you live your life on a day-to-day basis. Just prepare. That's all. That's all. No fear. You don't need fear in your life. I have to run into library. BRB. Be right back. Run into a library. I wonder if Lily's libraries are as fucked up as our libraries. You know. Excuse me. There's a book here in the children's section about oral sex and anal sex. Is that right? Let me just check. Yeah, that's right. What the fuck? Again, I'm living. There's a big chunk of cunty, stupid, pathetic, weak as fuck parents out there, right? That are allowing this shit to get into their kids' heads. And then when the kids come home and start challenging their parents, I'm not a boy, I'm a girl. I'm not a girl, I'm a boy, and all this fucking shit playing up, right? And I'm like, where's all this come from? Where did it come from? Oh, because they're fucking stupid. There's going to be a lot of people in this world, a lot of people that at some point are going to sit down and go, how did it come to this? I'll tell you how it came to this. Because of useless fucking cunts like you, keeping your eyes closed and your ears shut off in your little fucking bubble, you know? It's all about what car you drive, you know, what watch you wear, how much money you've got in the bank, what you do for a living. All of these things are immaterial. Well, no, they're not immaterial. They're material, but they're all irrelevant. They're irrelevant, completely irrelevant. There's so much more to life than what you fucking got. Materialism is indicative of a shallow fucking cunt. I don't care what car I drive. My car's old as fuck. You know, I haven't got a PS5. I haven't got a state-of-the-art fucking TV and fucking mega massive surround sound system and shit like that. I haven't got anything like that because I'm not fucking interested. The stuff I've got is to aid me moving forward. That's it. Everything is geared around preparedness, and everyone should be like that. Everyone. Because if everyone put themselves in that position, the government would have no fucking leverage over them whatsoever. None. That leverage would be gone. Like, you're gonna what? Turn my electric off. Oh, fucking hell. Frank, what? Get the solar panels out. They're being cunts. All right, I'm on it. You know? We're going to cut your money supply off and freeze your bank account. Fucking hell. I'm glad I learned to forage, and I'm glad that I've got a year's worth of food in my house. You know? So that all of the non-thinking, shallow-minded, bubble-encased cunts out there, they can do all the fucking hard work out there, all the crazy shit out there, because they deserve to be on the fucking front line for not using their fucking brains, for not engaging this amazing, incredible biological computer, this marvel of the universe that we've been gifted with. You fucking deserve it. If you're a problem, if you're part of the problem, then maybe that is your purpose, to be part of the solution by way of being the front line. I know how harsh this sounds, and I know how some people might interpret this, but it is what it is. You know, I'm not scared to fight. I'll give anyone a go, regardless of their size. Right? I will. Not a problem. But I feel like I have this part of me thinking I need to maintain longevity with this, be a voice of reason further down the line. And then there's another part of me that just wants to get right into fucking battle and start fucking fighting. So at the moment, I'm spliced. So all the tards out there that didn't see any of this coming because they weren't paying attention because they're so fucking shallow enough, because there wasn't that fucking divine spark when they were conceived, right? Fuck them. Each and every one of you, I believe, that are listening to me now have got a purpose. Whether you know what that purpose is now or not is pretty irrelevant, really. Because I think it'll become really, really apparent really, really quickly. You'll know. You'll know when it's your time to shine. You will. You will. And it'll be positive. Sometimes it might be positive that's dressed up as negative in some cases, but it will still be positive. The outcome, the intention, you know? Right, we've gone over 4 hours, yeah, I feel like I've just fucking taken over there, and I need to try and bring it back to a positive. But then I think actually that is a positive. I do. Just make your light shine bright, you know. Honestly, as woo-woo as you might think I am sometimes, and believe me, I'm not a fucking woo-woo, some weird fucking crazy nut job fucking hippie. I'm not a hippie, you know. I'm not. All of this will make sense further down the line. It will. I guarantee it. You say you're spliced. You're walking that middle line of the yin yang. I didn't think about it like that, Michael. Fucking hell. Yeah. Do you know, sometimes it takes someone else to point something out to you to make you think when you're lost in, not lost, but I don't know what the word is. Just sometimes it takes someone to point something out to you that I've been preaching that fucking shit. Don't be the dark. Don't be the light. Be the line down the middle. I preached that shit. It's not shit. It is real. It is true. It does make sense. It is logical. But I didn't really think about it until you mentioned that. So thank you, Michael. Yeah. But it's really difficult to stay in there, you know. So, for example, if I saw that sergeant, because I arrived over 2 hours later for various reasons, smashing my phone and loads of other reasons, right? But I was determined to turn up because I promised I would. I like to be dependable, you know. I don't like letting people down. So if I'd have turned up when Annie turned up at that march, at that protest at the Best Western, and I saw that sergeant pulling Annie by her hair, I would have intervened. And where that would have led, God only knows, because I would have been angry. And there's a very, very fine line between anger and rage. If I see someone that I've got a lot of respect for, that I really like, you know, and think a lot of, being attacked by anyone, whether they've got a fucking uniform or not, I'm going to step in. This is what does my head in about so many of these fucking videos going around on YouTube and X, and, you know, it does my fucking head in, because you see people at the back of buses getting battered the fucking shit out of them, usually by black people, right? And all they do is film and then post it. They didn't do it. They didn't do fuck all. They do fuck all. Cowards. Pathetic little fucking cowards. I've said to you before, I've been in so many fucking fights, it's ridiculous. But I've never ever started a fight. It's always been because I've been trying to protect someone, trying to shield someone, or trying to break a fight up, and I've got involved. Someone's hit me in the head and I fucking flared up. I've never started a fight in my life. Do the right thing. Always do the right thing. Always, always. Even if it means being a bit sneaky, you know, like working your way up to them whilst you're pretending to be on the phone. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Then put your phone in your pocket and fucking get stuck in, you know. Start protecting people, especially your own. There's a fucking 1,000,001 ways to kill a cat, to skin a cat, you know. There are a few too many cowards in the world at the moment and not enough warriors. But those warriors are going to be realizing, like Charlie Kirk did, you know, better late than never. There are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people that are on that cusp of that realization, that realizational cusp that Charlie Kirk was on before he was taken, you know. And you should find some comfort in that, because I think it's very real. I think it's true. I really do. On that note, I don't think I've left it on a positive. I don't think I've left it on a negative either. I think I've left it on a thought-provoking scape, if you like. So just remember that there are people like us growing everywhere. When I say growing, you know, growing, you know. And we're here for a reason. We were born for this. I genuinely believe that we were born for this moment, you know. And you've got everything that you need in your arsenal already. It doesn't help to add a few extra bits to it, you know. But you were born equipped. Pretty much, mentally especially, you know. You've gone through hardship after hardship, trauma after trauma, yet here you fucking are. So use all of that energy, even the negative, dark stuff that's in you, that's in all of us, right? Flip it and use it for the good and do the right thing, no matter where you are, no matter who you're with. Do the right thing. Just remember, right, that everyone, including myself, at some point felt completely and utterly alone because of the way that I think, because of the way that you think. And some of you still feel that way, right? But just know you're not. Live streams like this are testament to that you aren't alone, that you have got people, and these are just the people that you've interacted with. there are God knows how many people out there that you've not interacted with yet, that are on your side, that are on the side of light. You know, historically, light has always defeated the darkness. Always. There's no exception. Please feel free to leave a comment after I've signed off of an example where light didn't conquer dark, or an email, you know, where you can give me one example where light hasn't conquered dark. One. Just give me one, and you won't be able to do it, because it's not the case. We will win this, but you just got to fucking hold it together. Hold it together in here. That's it. And be the change that you want to see, and inspire those around you by being headstrong, but righteously so, you know? So, again, you know, when I say thanks for your time, I fucking mean it. I really do sincerely mean that, because we've only got a finite amount of time on this planet, you know? So thank you for spending some of that with me. So much love to you all, and just have a great weekend. Make sure you have a great weekend, no matter what's happening in the world. Obviously, pay attention to what's going on tomorrow, but don't let it envelop you. Don't let it consume you. You know, what will be, will be. Much love to you all, and ciao for now.